Hey everyone, how's it going today? Hello, hello. We are waiting for Lori's advisory council to show up today. Judge does not look happy at all. Oh boy, can't imagine the jury's happy as well. All right, y'all. Can y'all hear me? How's it going? How are you doing today? Let me get this off the screen. And oh, I gotta adjust my lighting too. Okay. Hi guys. How are we doing today? Oh, I gotta do a lot of things. Woo! What's up? Happy Tuesday, day 2. Lori Vallow, conspiracy to commit murder trial. This was the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. All right, guys. Hello, Alma, Taxi, Kales. Hello, hello, L. Lazarus. Hello. Alma, thanks for joining here. Jane. Hi, Cynthia. All right, guys. So we are in day 2 of the Lori Vallow trial. We're waiting for Lori's advisory council to arrive. I can't imagine the judge is happy right now because the jury has to wait again. Now, remember, they started their jury selection, I think, on Thursday, Friday. And then Monday, people showed up, but then Lori was sick, so they sent people home. Tuesday was an off day, so Lori can recover. Everyone came back on Wednesday to continue jury selection. And then opening statements was yesterday on Thursday. And now I'm sure everyone probably showed up on time, but now we have to wait for Lori's advisory council to show up. And the judge is technically saying, well, you do represent yourself, ma'am. So the judge is just giving her a courtesy, and they're going to split the difference and wait for the advisory council to show up. All right, let's see what they said this morning. I heard a little bit about it on my iPad while I was getting ready.
Yesterday, Mr. Abernathy, one of the advisory council, said he would be late today because he had a childcare issue, but that Ms. Hicks, the other advisory council, would be here and ready to start at 9:30. What time did that email come in? All right, so we got an email at 9:20 saying she's still at her office printing off pictures, which
9:20 a.m. when they're supposed to meet at 9:30?
is wholly unacceptable. Ms. Daybell, you represent yourself. You do not need your advisory council here, but I'm going to split the difference. She's being sent an email that says if she's not here at 9:50, we're going to start. If there's pictures that need to be printed off, staff can do that. Staff can bring it over later, but she should have been here at 9:30.
You know, something tells me it might not be the advisory council's fault. It might just be Lori asked the advisory council to do something last minute, and then she's like, okay, sure, I'll help you out. I'll print this out for you. And maybe the advisory council thought the court was going to resume without her being present there, because Lori technically does represent herself. But then now it's a little bit awkward because we're all waiting for the advisory council to arrive.
If this were federal court, she'd probably be going into custody. I mean, this is ridiculous. All right, I'm just letting everyone know what the holdup is. We're going to start at 9:50.
Judge, at 9:50, I do need to make a record regarding character evidence and the defendant opening the door before she questions some witnesses.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that that's out there so she's aware of that.
We'll do that at 9:50. Do you want to stay out here or go back?
I think Lori's going to go back. All right, we got the Shih Tzu here today. Lori has a different blazer. I feel like last trial she was wearing the same blazer, the same, what's it, like dark blue color blazer. But we got gray today. A change in outfits. I would say, though, this is my least favorite Lori hair. All right, she's going back in. Good morning. Hey, Crosby, how are you doing today? Hi, Moondog. Lurking, groceries, laundry, dishes, mopping, etc. Sounds like a fun day to do tours. All right, well, it seems like everyone's back into the courtroom. Let me look this back in. So today we are expecting the continuation of the cross-examination, or actually, no, I think we're still in direct examination, right? Or is it cross-examination? No, it is cross-examination of Detective David Frerer. I'm so sorry I butchered that name completely. And then remember, Lori Vallow was supposed to do the cross-examination of Brandon Boudreaux, but she was unable to locate her investigator yesterday. She tried emailing him. He didn't email back. And she said that her investigator had some documents or something that she needed to cross-examine Brandon Boudreaux. So apparently Brandon's going to come back today and the cross-examination is going to resume. But I don't know if she found her investigator or not. I'm sure she did, hopefully. That way there's no more delays or no more hiccups. All right, I'm going to forward through over
With
here.
the fact that the has no malice. She spoke about that she was a person who loved all people, that she has no malice towards people, and then she also spoke about Brandon hiring a private investigator. I want to start with the fact that the defendant is appearing to try to bring in 404 character evidence about herself. Rule 404A does not allow the defendant to bring in character evidence to prove action in conformity, which is clearly what she was doing. Assuming she does, then the rules would permit the state to then bring in specific act evidence of this defendant. The defendant is trying to say she is a peaceful person, she has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer. Next, the defendant, in terms of bringing up information about Brandon hiring a PI and trying to make it appear that he has some vendetta against her, we have worked very hard to try to say.
Lori said in her opening statements that Brandon was unhappy with how the investigation was going, so he hired a PI. Don't know if that's true or not.
There is an incident, information about Brandon hiring a PI and trying to make it appear that he has some vendetta against her. We have worked very hard to try to say there is an incident in Chandler. Brandon Boudreaux was very aware of the fact that this defendant and her brother had shot and killed Charles Vallow.
And again, the incident in Chandler is the one where Charles Vallow, her husband, was murdered.
And this is why he was very afraid for his life and trying to realize where she was and where Alex was. So
Makes
if
sense.
she wants to go into all of that information, then again, I believe she will be opening the door to allow Brandon to then explain why he was in so much fear for his life, why he was hiring a private investigator to locate this defendant and locate Alex Cox. So I just want to make it very clear that should she go into those areas, I will be asking to then bring in the fact that she has been involved in the murder of Charles Vallow, her own children, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
And I believe for
Crazy. Imagine if the state was able to bring that up for this jury to hear about. Oof. Not looking good, Lori.
405 will permit that, Your Honor.
So I had literally the same thoughts during her opening statement, especially when she started talking about I'm a person with good intent, kindness, peace and love, etc.
She said that I'm a person who loves all people. I have no malice towards anyone ever. Why would I do this? Brandon and I have a good relationship. I don't know why Brandon would accuse me and my brother outright.
And I was thinking in my head, wow, during her opening statement, especially when.
And I believe 405 will permit that, Your Honor.
So I had literally the same thoughts during her opening statement, especially when she started talking about I'm a person with good intent, kindness, peace and love, etc. And I was thinking in my head, wow, she's opening a big door right here. Now, it's not witness testimony. The jury has been instructed specifically that that's not evidence or testimony.
I'm assuming she didn't take her opening statement and then run it through her advisory council to say like, hey, is there anything in here that you think I might open the door to some shit that I don't really want to get into? What are your thoughts?
Now, it's not witness testimony. The jury has been instructed specifically that that's not evidence or testimony. But I think the notice that the state is putting out right now is well taken, because if you elicit testimony through a witness or you testify yourself along those lines, there's several doors that would be opened in that instance. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, you don't.
The
Don't
schedule.
pretend.
Also understand that the state also withdrew their 404B, that they had
Well, that
no
doesn't mean-
intention of doing that. So
But when you bring it up again, it doesn't mean you could do whatever the fuck you want and they can't bring it up later on.
That doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying they did give a notice for 404B and then they did withdraw it.
And then you brought it up again because you're saying that shit in opening statement.
So they didn't have any intention. I didn't have any intention.
The issue is if you bring in your good character as a reason of why this didn't happen, they're going to be allowed to rebut that type of testimony because you've opened the door to it. The schedule for today, I'd like to finish the witness that was on the stand yesterday, if he could come up.
And then, Judge, just for scheduling, I have one civilian witness who only had a Ring camera. She is very fast. I would like to, after Detective Ferrer is done, put her on quickly before we recall Brandon, just so she isn't waiting around.
All right, so it'll be the witness from yesterday. We'll conclude with him. The defendant was in the middle of her cross on him.
That's nice of the state. Just have a witness, you know, really quick one come in and then get the fuck out so they don't have to wait around in the courtroom.
We'll do that civilian witness. At some point in the morning, we'll take a short break for the court reporter in about an hour. And then we'll recall Mr. Boudreaux to complete your cross or start and complete your cross. All right? Are they lined up? Go ahead and line them up.
And if I can go get a witness to bring him in.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Continue.
All right, Laura's going to continue the cross-examination. You think she feels better? They let her have Tylenol today. So hopefully she's going to be more alert, aware, maybe do some more objections. Maybe not.
Okay, Detective Ferrer, yesterday we were talking about, you collected the evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what all evidence did you collect yourself?
The projectiles from a bullet.
Is there any other evidence that you collected?
At the scene or,
Yes, at the scene.
yes, just the projectile.
And then, was there a cigarette collected at the scene, is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay,
I did not impound that.
you never saw it?
I think I saw Venus Bocelli in person in Italy.
I don't recall it.
Okay. And you had collected the items that were in the Ford F-150, is that correct?
Yes,
And you collected the earplugs that were in the truck?
yes,
And you stated that those were common among people who frequent a shooting range, is that correct?
yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Alex Cox frequently visited shooting ranges?
No,
Okay. You mentioned that you remembered Alex Cox's vehicle license plate because it was personalized, is that correct?
that is correct.
Still don't know what his license
And
plate
then-
means.
In the course of your investigation, did you discover what his license plate stood for?
No,
Okay. Or what it was a reference to?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you learn in the course of your investigation that Alex did stand-up comedy?
No,
Okay.
That was brought up last trial as well. Is that supposed to make him more likable or something?
We talked about the hole in the Tesla, is that correct?
yes,
And you said it was consistent with a bullet hole, is that correct?
yes,
And so that could be a bullet from a rifle or a handgun?
yes,
Okay. So either one.
either one.
And those fragments weren't tested to find out if that was from a bullet or, I mean, the bullet was from a rifle or a handgun?
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. You also said that
She also said that the fragment, well, how do you know it's not a part of the Tesla?
you were the one that canvassed the neighborhood for videos?
One of many.
Okay. But in your report, you said that at 3854 Phelps, that the individual had heard a loud bang but did not investigate it, said it didn't sound like a gunshot. Is that correct?
Can I object to hearsay?
Sustained.
And you had stated that
Thanks, taxi.
you did collect the fragments. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, guys, happy Friday, by the way, or happy Saturday, depending on what day it is over there for you guys. Thank you so much, Taxi. Thank you so much for your support.
Say?
Sustained.
And you had stated that you did collect the fragments. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
But the majority of the bullet was never located. Is
Let
that
me
correct?
rule on the
Oh, sorry.
objection. It's sustained. Next question.
And the majority of the bullet was never located. Is that correct?
We had a projectile. That's what we found. Just pieces of it,
Okay.
fragments.
And you had put in your report that you believed it had fallen out during when
That's
the
just-
victim drove
that's-
away?
It's possibility. There's a lot of possibilities.
So my question is, how would it have fallen out? How could you explain it falling out? Could you explain that to me?
It depends where the bullet hole or the projectile goes into a vehicle. There's several, a vehicle is not sealed. All sealed up, so there's not ever breathing or anything like that. So there's holes in it, and there's ways that, let's say like venting and that type of stuff for a vehicle. So when a vehicle is in motion, it moves, right? It rocks, goes over bumps. That's why they have shock absorbers. So anything that's on top, it's just like when you accidentally leave your coffee on top of your vehicle and you drive off. It's a good chance it's going to fall off. And it's the same as a projectile on a vehicle also.
Okay. So how far down were the fragments that you found into the hole that was made in the Tesla?
It was located.
I wonder if Kay can bring in the other cases she was found guilty in. Well, Kat, they were talking about that earlier before the jury came in, because Kay was like, she was saying things in her opening statements that could open the door to her. It was in opening statements and also in her cross-examination that could open the door to what was going on in Chandler with, her husband being murdered by her brother. And then also about her prior bad acts when she was talking about, I have no malice towards anyone, and the judge mentioned peace, love, and I forgot what the judge said, but it said in her opening statement, she said that she was a good person and she has love for everyone and that she has no malice towards anyone ever. It's like, okay, look at how many people got killed. What a joke.
Located by another detective, but it was easy enough for us to retrieve.
That was made in the Tesla.
It was located by another detective, but it was easy enough for us to retrieve.
So like it
I don't,
inside the hole somewhere.
yes,
But just so I understand, the bullet breaks apart, is that correct?
yes.
And so maybe the majority fell out and those pieces were left inside.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how much of the bullet was taken apart or how much damage that bullet or projectile would have had.
Okay. But some of the pieces could be in there and the majority of it could fall out?
That's the theory, yes.
And it wouldn't be wedged in?
We didn't locate anything that was wedged in.
But that could have been due to just driving around the block because, like you said, the car jostles.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If the car had not been in motion, then the bullet should have been intact. Is that correct?
No, when a bullet hits, it depends on the type of bullet, frangible or non, the make, the model. If it hits a solid object, bullets have different properties. So some will break apart a little easier than others. Some will go right through. It just depends on the make and the model of the bullets.
Okay. So no testing was done on this bullet to find out what kind of bullet it was?
The projectile.
Correct. I mean, no.
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. Is that something that could be found out?
What do you mean?
What kind of bullet it was from the fragments?
I believe there's a test that possibly does it.
Okay. And you didn't think that was necessary?
I was not the case detective on this.
Okay. So since those bullet fragments were not tested in any way, the markings on there that you had testified to yesterday that were copper were part of the jacket, is that correct?
The coloring,
Yes.
the color, yes,
So that's just from a visual, that's not from any kind of testing of the copper, is that correct?
right.
Okay, so just looking at
It's
it.
the color.
Okay, that color, copper color could have been from the Tesla itself?
I didn't see any copper coloring on the outside of that Tesla. It was white in color.
Okay. And then when you said you canvassed the neighborhood, or the Gilbert Police Department canvassed the neighborhood, there was no camera coverage to your knowledge, is that correct?
People I talked to did not have any. I believe there was camera footage found by other detectives or officers. Yes,
Oh, there was,
possibly. Yes.
but you did not discover any,
No.
and you have never seen any?
No.
Yeah, I remember them saying that they didn't have any surveillance footage of what happened. And possibly no surveillance footage because even though there were some neighbors that had surveillance, it was probably directed at their driveway. So they didn't really catch any footage of like, what was going on at Brett and Boudreaux's like driveway or the street area. Because a lot of times when people, I guess, when they have their cameras out, they just point it to where the packages are coming so they can see if packages arrive or people are going to steal their packages or there's someone knocking at the front door, who it is.
And have you been working on this case this whole time, or what was your involvement as far as from October 2nd to when you worked on this case?
The original call out I was part of, and then I was requested to execute the search warrant on the Ford F-150. And that was December 23rd.
And that kind of ended your
Yes.
dealings with this case?
Yes.
Okay. So all of the reports that you had written were in between that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Okay, not really much. What does Kay have? Oh no, her name is Trina. I always get her name mixed up. Sorry. Ms. K.
Detective, I'm going to start with sort of where we were just ending and go back to some issues from yesterday. In this Tesla, did you note damage to the molding where the window would have gone up into the frame of the Tesla?
Yes.
Can I have the ammo, please? Thank you.
I'm going to boost audio up. She's a little bit low.
There's not a great seal anymore between where the window went up into the frame and the car itself.
That is correct.
And did you also view the glass itself?
Yes.
That was laying on the driveway?
Yes.
And did you also, Exhibit 46, note that little notch or divot in the glass itself?
Yes.
And was that sort of consistent with the location of where the window would have gone up into the frame of the vehicle?
That is correct.
So when you're talking about a seal of a window going up into the frame, does the fact that the molding was broken and that there's a divot in the glass and the glass was completely shattered impact whether or not all those fragments or pieces of that projectile might remain inside the Tesla?
There's a good chance they would fall out of the Tesla.
Because the seal is no longer the same as it once was, right?
Correct.
But they did mention that someone with the ring is going to testify really quick. So I wonder what that captured. Maybe just audio?
You were asked yesterday about the length of the bullet hole or the size of this bullet hole. Do you recall that?
Yes.
How's the audio? Can you guys hear okay?
When you're talking about the A here, were you trying to measure from not just the damage of where the bullet started to impact or cause that concaveness in the frame, but just the actual hole itself?
Yes.
Does that still tell you the size of the bullet?
No.
That's just the damage that it caused as it entered into the frame of this Tesla?
That is correct.
Sometimes court TV, sometimes they will randomly just boost the audio in the middle of the court. So if it gets really loud for no reason, let me know. It's good?
We were
Great?
asked
Okay.
yesterday about casings and fragments, and can we explain what a casing is, what a projectile is, and what fragments are?
Sure. A casing is what the bullet is contained in. That's where the black powder and the actual bullet itself is attached to. A casing is usually discarded after the bullet is fired out of the gun. And it's usually, it could be caught, it depends on what kind of weapon there is. Revolvers actually keep the casings in as a circle. Rifles are known to could keep the casing inside until you eject it yourself. The semi-automatic weapons which police use and which are more common, they have it's a semi-action. It will eject the casing out. The casing just holds the bullet. Once the bullet is
All of my knowledge that I learned from the Rust movie trial, I completely forgot. Because I remember we were learning about the difference between like the bullet, the projectile, the casing, dummy bullets versus something else. Oh, live rounds. And like it was like, oh, primers and all that stuff. I completely forgot everything. I need a refresher. Thank you, Detective Ferrer.
they have it's a semi-action. It will eject the casing out. The casing just holds the bullet. Once the bullet is fired from the gun, it comes out very, very hot. We're trying to explain is when it hits a certain item, it just depends on the integrity of the bullet itself. How strong is that bullet? Is it going to be strong enough to go through metal? Usually not. And so once it hits an item, it is compromised. The bullet is compromised and it makes fragments. It falls apart. And that's where the fragments come from. And that's what we found in this Tesla, with just fragments of the actual bullet.
Okay, so when we're talking about the fragments that you recovered, those pieces of the projectile after it broke apart and after it had first gone through or into the Tesla frame, this metal, and then broke apart. That's what you're talking about when you talked about the fragments that you recovered?
That is correct.
On the Rust movie set, what were the 3 different types again? It was like live rounds, which shouldn't have been on set. There were dummy rounds, there were blank rounds, and was there a 4th one, or did I get all 3 of them?
Now, the defendant asked you about casings and if you found any at the scene. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do remember that.
If you were advised that the person firing the rifle was lying in wait inside of the back of a Jeep, that only part of the barrel of that rifle came out the rear window, and then the rifle was fired, where would you expect that casing to land?
More than likely, it would still be inside that vehicle, the Jeep.
Okay, so you would not expect it to fly forward out of the Jeep and land out on the ground?
No.
The defendant asked you about if you saw a casing over by the pool. Would you expect, absent, I guess, a hole in the floor of the Jeep, to find the casing over there if it was still in the Jeep?
No.
So,
Never found the casing next to a pool.
Camera's crooked.
but you wouldn't expect to find a casing over
No.
there, right?
No.
There was no evidence of anyone shooting over there,
Right.
and there would be no reason for a casing to be over there.
Correct.
So in this case, given the information you were given, were you surprised that you didn't find a casing?
No. It doesn't mean we don't look for the casing. We automatically look for the casings. But since it was inside of a vehicle, it's just like a drive-by shooting type of thing. We'll say once we pull the car over, the casings will be inside that vehicle, most likely. Then 1 or 2 might pop out if they have their gun outside the window, something like that, the casing might. But usually we search, there was no casing found in this. So we determined it was more likely than not, inside that vehicle still.
And the casing was in the window sill? Sorry.
Yeah, the casing was more likely than not inside that vehicle still.
Like the Jeep still?
Yes.
The
Okay,
Jeep.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the jury?
Because again, Lori Vallow, it seems like she was trying to push that. Well, how do you know that someone actually fired shots at Brandon? It could have been something else. Could have been something else. She brought up the tire iron.
I don't see any. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think she brought up that Brandon Boudreaux had friends in the driveway too, or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if she was trying to allude that maybe the friends were told to do it or something like that. And just set up Lori. I don't know.
If I may go get the next witness?
Go ahead.
You wonder if they found anything in the Jeep. By the time that they actually took hold of the Jeep, it was already, like a month? Because the shooting happened on October 2nd, and they were able to work with Idaho to get custody of the Jeep. It was like December Was it like middle? Was it December something? I see. I have the date here somewhere. Next
Speak into that,
witness.
microphone there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I think it was a search warrant for the Nissan Rogue. That's Lori's car that she gave to Colby. That's December 21st, 2019. And then for the F-150. When was F-150? Oh, November 4th. Sorry. December was when they got Lori's car, and then they got the Ford F-150, which is Alex Cox's car. But they impounded the Jeep November 4th, so about a month later. By that time, I'm assuming maybe the car had been cleaned out, possibly.
My name is Lena
And what's your last name?
Mendoza.
Thank you. Do you currently live here in Arizona?
I do.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
In Gilbert,
And what was your address back then?
3893 East Fairview Street.
And how long did you live at that location?
Lynette Mendoza. But she said Lena earlier, right?
In total, 6 years.
Okay. I'll show you.
What witness number is this?
I can have.
Six?
We'll start with exhibit 2.
Yeah, witness number 6.
You to look at exhibit 2, a map. Does that show sort of the area of your neighborhood as well as where your house would have been located back in October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
Ooh. All right, she's the one with the ring footage. Be a short testimony, Kay says. Or Trina
You told
says.
us your address was 3893 East Fairview Street.
Yes.
We see Fairview here on exhibit 2. Approximately where was your residence on this map?
It is the house on the very corner.
Is it the corner of Fisher and Fairview? Or which corner are we talking about?
It's been a little while. It's been a little while. I'm sorry. It's,
There's a map right from.
oh, sorry. I'm trying to think. Wrecker. Turn
This
down.
is Fairview.
Right. So it's either Fisher or Cole. I can't remember which street corner. So there's a park, and it's right on the corner.
Okay.
Fry, Wrecker, turn in, Morelos around to Fairview.
Let me put up 3. Is this the park you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So right on the corner here?
Cole, Phillips. Yes, right there on the corner.
So you're
Right there. Yes,
right
ma'am.
here. Okay.
Yes, that's the house.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, did you have a Ring doorbell?
Mm-hmm. She's the neighbor. She's really pretty. Should I put the house address in to see how far away she lived from Brandon? Actually, I don't remember Brandon's address. Did I write down Brandon's address?
The travel of the
Oh, sorry. Wrong day. Hold on a second. Hold on. I have so many tabs up because I'm watching other trials and other dates.
doorbell.
Yes.
Did your front door sort of face out towards Fairview Street?
Yes.
And do you recall sort of where your Ring doorbell was located?
It was like 34 Fairview? What?
Yes.
Where was it?
So from the front door, it sat off to the left-hand side if I was in the home at the front, and it faced out towards that street
Did it sometimes get a little bit of this intersection here?
all the time. Yes.
Okay. And was it sort of motion activated?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that when there was some sort of vehicle going by, it might activate it to start recording.
Yes.
Do you recall back on October 2nd, an officer coming around and asking you if you had a Ring system and to kind of look in the time range of 9:15-ish to see if you had any footage of vehicles going by?
I do.
And were you asked to email any recordings to the police department?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I did.
And Your Honor, if I can show defense counsel, or the defendant, Exhibit 120, if I can have my paralegal show that to the witness.
Hey, Rain, how are you doing today? Aaron, I'm still watching it. I gotta catch up because they took a break yesterday, so I was like, okay, good. I can do Lori Vallow's trial coverage without missing out on anything. But today, they have a trial. Sorry, they have a what's it called trial happening today. So I gotta catch up later on like 2.5 times speed.
You sent to the police.
Yes.
Did it have both audio and video?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
No objection.
120 is admitted.
I think the last time Karen Reed's trial was it like 6 weeks or something? 6 to 8 weeks maybe? For me, it feels like it's going by so fast. I don't know why.
Yes. If we could move to the
Ooh, look at this filter. Is this the Wes Anderson filter? Oh shit, that's loud. Sorry, I talked over it. All right, guys.
And if we could just show at the beginning we missed where. Let's see.
All right. Be careful of your ears, y'all.
All right. So
Okay,
when you had your,
Stop. Pause it. Pause it. Please. Please.
when you had your Ring video, would it sometimes like glitch and you'd see a vehicle like we saw in the beginning, a black vehicle?
Yes.
So in this video, were you asked to look for vehicles and a sound of any shooting?
I remember being asked to look for a vehicle crossing in that time, and I saw that at the beginning of the vehicle you see, or the video, you see the vehicle, and that was what I noticed first.
Okay. And then when you were watching it yourself, you heard a bang noise?
Correct.
And so, given that, looking for the black vehicle and then you noticing the bang, that's what you sent to the police?
Yes.
And that's your home, sort of looking out, as we said, of Fisher and Fairview.
Yes.
Thank you. The state has no other questions for this witness.
Easy peasy.
Cross-examination.
Oh, is she crossing? Yes? I guess so. Okay, cross-examination.
No, Your Honor, no cross.
Any questions for
no
this
cross.
witness from the jury? Don't see any. Ma'am, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
No cross, no jury questions. All right.
All right, members of the jury, we
Moving along.
took Mr. Boudreaux's cross-examination out of order. We're now going to complete that, so I'm going to ask Mr. Boudreaux to come back up. All right, sir, go ahead and have a seat on the witness stand. You're still under oath.
I guess she was able to get in touch with her investigator after all and get the files on Brandon Boudreaux.
I'll just remind you to try to speak into that microphone. All right, the defendant can start her cross-examination of this witness.
Man, you think somehow she's gonna really fuck up and then bring up what happened in Chandler?
Robert Abernathy gets here, he has some photos and things I need to have marked. So
Okay.
can we stop for a minute when he gets here to do
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Just have him go right up to the clerk when he gets here. And give him
Okay.
Did you see me driving by or firing a gun in that video? Were you there? You weren't there, were you, Miss Mendoza? You couldn't have possibly known who was in that Jeep,
Mr.
could you?
Boudreaux, you and I met in 2009, is that correct?
I believe we met in 2008.
Okay. Before you got married, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you got married in 2009, is that correct?
I believe I was married October 31st, 2008.
Okay. But that's when we met, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So we've known each other a long time, is that correct?
A long time can mean a lot of different things.
Since 2008.
Correct.
Okay. And we had a familial connection, is that correct?
Yes.
And we always had a friendly relationship, you and I, is that correct?
I wouldn't say always.
Okay. Until what time?
Until probably end of 2018.
Okay. And we spent many holidays together.
We did.
And you and Melanie were married a little over 10 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I was there at your wedding, is that correct?
Correct.
And I came to Utah to help you when your first child was born, is that correct?
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Correct.
And I was there when your second child was born, is that correct?
You were not present when my child was born, but
Well, I came to help and watched Braxy, so I was there.
you visited you were with my family. Correct.
Okay. And I flew in from Hawaii when Blake was born to help with the kids, and I watched them while you and Melanie were at the
Gonna
hospital, is that correct?
Object again to character evidence.
Sustain.
And I did watch the kids when Breezy was born as well, is that
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to object and ask
Sustained.
to go into 405 soon.
And we went on vacations together, you and I, is that correct?
Gonna-
Ms. Vallow, okay, move on to relevant information, okay? You've established you have a relationship with him that's close family relationship since 2008. So, go ahead.
And you came to visit me in Hawaii a few times, is that correct?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just asking in the sense that it was him coming to me.
All right.
There's things that happened there that I'm going to.
Sidebar?
Okay.
Sidebar? So Lori can approach the judge now for sidebar. Remember before it was just the headphones, and then Lori was arguing about how, well, we don't have enough headphones for all of my advisory councils. I need I don't know. I think the judge says they can only have 5 headphones out: one for the judge, one for the state, one for Lori, one for advisory council for choosing, and then I forgot who the 5th one was for. Oh, maybe the court reporter. So Lori's trying to show that, Brandon, you and I have a great relationship. What are you talking about? I help you all the time. I have attended your wedding. I have a relationship with you. I helped you out when your first child was born, second child, third child was born. What's the fucking deal, Brandon? Why are you accusing me of this? Oh, we need to get the sidebars. We need to get the sidebar transcripts. Hey, sometimes when your hair is too tight, though, it does be hurting. Like right now, I have to take a break with wearing this headband. Otherwise, it feels like it's squeezing my head and I have a little mini headache. Look at Trina walking away like a boss. Hey, Trina and Lori are matching, though. Matching suits.
Brandon, you and I had never had an argument with each other, is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, when did we ever have an argument, you and I?
I'm going to object to relevance. If there's something specific about that, are we talking in 10 years?
All overrule it. You can answer.
The most recent argument that I would say we have is when I was texting you in June.
That was June 25th, 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
What was it about? Oh, it's the one that was shown on the screen. Sorry. That was the one where she was trying to convince his wife, her niece, that he was gay, and then also that he was hacking into her computer.
And had you been upset with me before that time?
Are you talking about ever in our lives?
Yeah.
I'm sure we're all human. I'm sure there was times I was upset with you.
Is there something specific that you were upset with me about before the June 25th text messages?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance if there's something more specific.
Sustained.
Were you upset with me about Juice Island?
About what?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
The look on his face. What's did she say Juice Island? What's Juice Island? Can y'all fill me in?
Island?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance if there's something more specific.
Sustained.
Were you upset with me about Juice Island?
I'm going to object as to relevance and 404.
Sustained.
Brandon, you had mentioned before that Melanie and I were close. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that I loved Melanie. Is that correct?
I can't say if you loved her or not.
But you saw that over the 10 years that you were married to her, right? You witnessed it with your own eyes.
What is it you're asking that I witnessed?
Me loving Melanie.
As I said, I can't state what you did or did not feel. I can't say what you felt.
But I acted in a way that was loving towards her, in as far as you knew.
I'm going to object again to
Juice Island is a location that was closed. Oh, this is in California, though. Juice Island, maybe Arizona? Is it a kind of like a Jamba Juice or something? Juice Island likely refers to Natalie's Orchard Island Juice Company, a juice brand based in Arizona. I don't know.
relevance.
You heard Juice Island? I heard Juice Island.
4 and 405 character evidence.
Sustained.
Maybe I'm wrong.
So we were all together as a family frequently, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were times when we were at your house as well as my house, is that correct?
An objection to relevance.
Sustained.
And until you sent me that text message on June 25th that we read yesterday, you and I had never had any disagreements with each other. Is that correct?
I would not agree with that statement.
He already said no.
You and I had ever had an argument?
Can you ask that question again?
Did you and I ever have an argument?
And again, as to foundation of when.
I'll allow him to answer. You can answer.
I'm sure we had, I don't know how you would define argument, but disagreements.
Face to face, you and I? Before the June 25th?
Hold on.
That's all I'm asking, just before
Okay,
that.
maybe rephrase it.
So by the time we met in 2008 until June 25th, 2019, did you and I ever have an argument?
Is there something you're looking for that you're trying to specify? And I'm not sure I can, that's a broad question that I can't think of a specific time where we argued face to face, if that's what you're looking for.
I wonder if it's because Lori preferred to do things behind people's backs.
Correct. So you and I have never had an argument in our lifetimes.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that there have for sure been disagreements between us, but I can't think of a specific time that I could share where me and you face to face argued. I'm not a confrontational person.
Okay. You've known me for all these years. Am I a confrontational person?
And I'm going to object to character evidence under 404 and 405.
Sustained.
Nah, you kind of a sneaky bitch.
Would you agree that I supported you as a husband and a father to your children?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustained.
So in your testimony yesterday, you talked about this long argument that you had with Melanie. Was that on the same day on June 25th, 2019?
It was.
Okay. And you said it was a long argument. How long did that go on?
It started in the afternoon and it went through past midnight.
So several hours.
Yes.
Stop. Juice Islands where Chad the Prophet turned juice or water into juice. Oh my God, Rain.
And you remember this date because that was the day you sent me those text messages, is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's the only reason I remember that date. It's a painful date.
Okay. So you remember that date specifically?
Yeah, I do remember that day.
Okay.
Hey, Brenda.
And you had mentioned that this argument started as a result of Melanie not wanting to attend your grandfather's funeral, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were aware that Melanie had trauma with all funerals because her mother passed away when she was 9, is that correct?
Object to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection. He can answer if he knows the answer.
I can't say why Melanie was feeling the way she was feeling. I'm not Melanie.
But you know she had an issue with funerals before your grandfather passed away.
As I said, I'm not Melanie. I can't say what she had an issue with or not.
But you're aware that her mother passed away when she was 9, right?
Yes, I'm aware her mother passed away.
And that she had to go to the funeral.
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll sustain it at this point. Go ahead. Next question.
I mean, I guess if she never mentioned that to him, he could also respond saying like, well, that wasn't the reason that she mentioned to me why she couldn't go to the funeral.
She's your wife of 10 years, so you knew that about her, is that correct?
And again, I'm going to object to relevance, the same question.
It's completely understandable that you would want your wife at your side at your grandfather's funeral, so a disagreement between a couple would begin over that issue. That's not far-fetched, right?
That's a statement. Can you, if you want to phrase it as a question, go ahead.
So your argument began because of this issue with not wanting to go to your grandfather's funeral, is that correct?
Yes.
And was Melanie upset or crying at that point?
No, just me.
Okay. So during this long, several-hour disagreement, you would have covered a myriad of topics, is that correct?
Can you define a myriad of topics?
Just several different things probably came up during this very long argument.
We talked about several different things, yes.
Okay. And one of those things I had come up in the conversation, is that correct?
One of the things that came up was you getting your tempo recommended and me hacking your computer.
So I'm saying I was brought up in that long conversation just the one time?
Oh, is she going to go with the angle of like, so you guys were talking about me? The whole argument was about me? I wonder if he's going to hit her with, it's not about you. It wasn't about you. But you're the cause of it.
Me hacking your computer.
So I'm saying I was brought up in that long conversation just the one time?
I don't know if I could say just the one time. It was quite a long time we spent on that particular topic, which was bothersome.
Okay. So as you were trying to change the subject, Melanie was going back to that?
As I was trying to understand why it was important to her, she focused very much on the subject, yes.
Okay. And you had stated before that Melanie saw me as a mother to her, is that correct?
Hey, Diane.
I said a mother-like figure.
Right. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that your mother-in-law would be brought into a very long argument, is that correct?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
Or someone close to your wife?
Sustained.
But I was not the focus of that entire argument, is that correct?
My focus was my family, my wife and my children. I love them and I didn't want them to go through pain.
This poor man, yeah, you can still feel like the hurt. Even though this was it like 6 years ago? Long time ago. You can still feel the hurt.
Is that what you spent all those hours arguing?
Yeah, because I love them and I wanted to work through things with my wife, yes. I didn't spend it for any other reason.
And during this argument, there were several issues that you discussed, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of those issues was Melanie informing you of text messages that she had viewed?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Was Melanie having an affair? Because she married pretty quickly. Or did she just move on really quickly? Because they officially separated, or sorry, I don't know if it was separated or divorced because there's a difference there. I think they said the paperwork was done in, was it October or something like that? And then she remarried in December.
Is one of those issues a video of you on Facebook dancing at the pink pony that Melanie showed you?
Object to relevance, to 404B evidence, and 403.
Sustained.
Did Melanie show you a video of yourself
Object
during
again
that
to the same
argument?
manner.
Abstain.
What else was
Oh,
this
sneaky.
was discussed in this argument?
Objection, relevance, foundation, something specific?
I'll sustain the objection.
How many topics would you say were gone over during this long interview, long argument?
I couldn't say.
That's why they thought he was gay, because he's dancing at the pink pony. I'm just assuming here.
So until, did I ever answer the text messages that you sent to me?
I never received a reply.
Yep, because she's a coward.
Were you at that point blaming me for that argument? In your mind?
I think that the only people who can be responsible for ourselves is ourselves, so I was focused on myself and my wife.
Okay. So that argument ended up beginning your divorce proceedings, is that correct?
At the end of that argument, she told me that she needed a divorce, correct?
And who filed for divorce?
I did.
And when was that?
In July.
Do you know the date that you filed?
It's complicated because I went and met with a mediator, but she didn't file the paperwork for a while. So I guess it depends on how you define who filed for it and when.
Okay. Did you file it with the court? Like file for divorce with the court?
A mediator did,
Okay. Oh, so you don't know when she actually put the paperwork in, is that correct?
correct?
When did you meet with her? Do you remember that?
I do.
What day was that?
In July.
But you don't remember which day in July?
We met several times.
Okay. Did you meet with her on your own, or did you and Melanie just meet with her together?
We met with her together.
Every time?
Yes, every time we went together.
Okay. And that started in July?
Correct.
And do you know when that was final?
Mid-October.
And you were able to come to mutual agreements during that time? With the mediator?
Can you give me more? What are you looking for specifically on that?
I'm just saying, the mediation was completed, so you came to your agreements, is that correct?
We filed for divorce, so yes.
Okay. So when was it that Melanie moved into the rental house from the house that you were living together in?
I believe I moved her on July 14th, I believe. I'm not certain.
And then you stayed in the house until what date?
Until my home sold.
When was that?
We got it under contract in September, beginning of September, and closing was October 1st.
Okay. And when did you move into your rental house? What day was that?
Mid-September to late September. It might have been in the 25th, 24th, 26th, somewhere in there.
And then you had schedule with the children, is that correct?
Can you ask that question?
I'm just,
Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm looking into the future of what's going to happen later on after they take their break. And it sounds wild, but I'll shut my mouth. If you guys are wondering why I'm laughing, I'm not laughing at what's going on. I'm laughing about the tweets that are happening in the future in this courtroom. Okay, let me focus. Focus.
and then you had schedule with the children, is that correct?
Can you ask that question?
I'm just saying you had agreed to a schedule with the children, is that correct?
Part of our divorce, we had a schedule, yes.
And so on October 2nd, all 4 children were with you, is that correct?
It depends on what time you're speaking about.
In the morning.
They spent the night with you, so they would have woke up with you on October 2nd. Is that correct?
On October 2nd night, they slept with their mom. On October 1st night, they slept with me.
Okay.
I think she's confused about the date because it happened on October 2nd, but technically the night before is October 1st night. So yes, they were with him on October 1st night. October 2nd night is after the shooting happened.
That night turned into October 2nd. Is that correct?
If you're saying October 2nd in the morning, then yes, that would be, my kids would have still been at my house in the morning.
Yes. Okay. And then you had taken them to school. Is that correct? In the morning?
Correct.
You said that you guys got up, you had food, you were getting ready.
Yes.
Normal, typical morning, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Lori is cruel. She really is. Yeah, I agree with you. She's cruel. She's selfish. She's fake. She's a phony piece of shit.
And then you dropped off your two oldest at their elementary school. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Breeze to her mom and dropped her off at the park. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Blake to his preschool and dropped him off. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then where did you go from there?
I went to the gym.
What was the name of your gym? I'm sorry.
EOS.
And you worked out for, you said, an hour to an hour and a half?
Yeah, I wasn't watching it super close, so I can't tell you exactly how long it was.
Okay. And then you drove straight home. Is that correct?
From the gym, yes.
Now, on that day, you had an interview with Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the first time that you met Detective Pillar?
Yes.
Was on that day on October 2nd, 2019?
Correct.
And in that interview, you told him basically what had happened. Is that correct?
I answered the questions that he asked, yeah.
And you told him all about Melanie. Is that correct?
That's a pretty broad question. I don't know that I could say that I told him all about Melanie.
So you discussed Melanie. Is that correct?
We did, yes.
And you discussed me. Is that correct?
We did, yes.
And he had asked you kind of what happened. Is that correct?
He asked me what happened? Yes, he asked me what happened.
And you talked about your divorce. Is that correct?
We did discuss parts of my divorce, yes.
And you had told Detective Pillar that someone had convinced her that you were gay. Is that correct?
Can you ask that question again?
You told Detective Pillar that someone had convinced Melanie that you were gay.
I wonder who that her was.
I can't remember if I specifically told him that someone had convinced Melanie that I was gay. I would have to review the conversation I had with him to be able to say for certain that's how I worded it.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that she has a friend named Lori? Melanie?
I did not say she has a friend named Lori, no.
You didn't? Would you like to look at your interview?
I
To
said
refresh
that
your recollection?
I said that she has an aunt named Lori.
Would you like to review this to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay.
Look at her jumping onto this. Ew, I can do Lori things now. Let's refresh in your memory. Hey, at least Lori doesn't have a bald spot, okay? Depending on how you see my head, if I put my hair up, sometimes you can see like a little bald spot. But it's because my hair won't go a certain way, so it looks like there's a spot there that has like nothing.
If you want to just read that page to yourself, and then I can ask you a question again.
It's like on the side of my head somewhere. Hey, where she's trekking, it's a slippery slope. They might bring up her prior bad acts.
Did that refresh your memory, Brendan?
I read that. I think that maybe a transcriptionist miswrote that because I wouldn't have referred to you as a friend named Lori. I would have referred to you as an aunt named Lori.
Okay. And it was me that you were talking about that convinced her that you were gay? Is that what you were referring to?
In that context, I never said that Lori is the one who convinced Melanie that I was gay.
Okay.
Oh, so did he not
In
know?
the second paragraph, it didn't say she's the one that convinced her that I'm gay.
Improper impeachment, refreshing, I'm not sure what she's doing.
Sustained.
Would you like to read it again?
If you would like me to, I can read it again.
Okay. It's line 251.
All right, refreshing the memory again.
I read a different line. That is the in 251. I did specifically say that I thought you.
That I had convinced her.
Can you ask that
That I
question?
had convinced Melanie that you were gay.
I said that I specifically thought that you had been involved in convincing her that I'm gay. Yes, correct.
Okay. And so she did not show you herself a video of you dancing at the Pink Pony.
Checked
Is that
again, Your
correct?
Honor, to relevance to
Sustained.
404B.
It's all sustained.
And what was your understanding of how I convinced Melanie of this accusation?
I have speculation.
Can we sidebar?
Oh, we're back to headphones now? Okay, why are we back to headphones? All right, I'm not going to skip through this because sometimes you can see people's facial reactions or someone's really animated. So I just want to see if we see any animation here. I can't see the judge's mouth. It's covered by his screen. Trina's moving her head a little bit. Lori's staying, she's staying very still. That head strap on Lori, though, it kind of looks like she's got, you know, when they like, is it lobotomy? When they lobotomize people and they like strap their head down? It kind of looks like that. All right, Lori's shaking her head. She's moving her hands. She's animated. I wish we can hear what she's saying. Oh, she's looking at Trina right now. The judge be like, I don't want that bitch near me. I know. They didn't want to make it so the cameras were focused like solely on Lori and her face, I guess. But yeah, I wish we had the other camera view. That would have been nice. She does have good hair. I'll give her that. She mad. Yeah, she's got a lot of volume in her hair. Ooh, this is a long sidebar. So I think Lori's probably trying to say that, like, well, I'm not the reason why Melanie thought he was gay, because Melanie found this video. Melanie came up with it herself. I had nothing to do with this. Brandon must have something against me. And that's why he's accusing me of this. We had a great relationship. I'm confused why he's accusing me of this crime. I'm just guessing here. It's all conjecture. Wow, super long sidebar. Oh, we're caught up with the live. Hey, okay, we're caught up with the live. Well, while they're doing the sidebar, let me see if I can grab a, oops, a still image. Let's see, maybe this one. And let's see if they're back. Lauren, every man that doesn't hit on her is probably gay to her. Didn't Jody do the same thing? Didn't Jody Hildebrandt convince some of the women that their husbands were gay or something? Or am I getting it mixed up? I felt like this is one of Jody Hildebrandt's tactics when she was trying to turn the wife against the husband. Who has the slogan that's like, have it your way? Is that Burger King? Come on, Judge. Why can't you be like Burger King? Some chicken fries. Oh, yes. That's a huge major one. Jody convincing the wives that their husbands were like PDFs. Yeah. That's a major fucking accusation. So yesterday we were talking about Chinese food. I'm still craving Chinese food. You think Jody and Ruby, you think they would get along with Lori? You think they could be friends? Who do you think out of the three of them would be the head bitch in charge? I wonder who would be able to assert more dominance, Lori or, well, we already know Ruby is a follower. Ruby is a people pleaser that just wants to make sure people around her like her and that she's making people happy. I think Jody and Lori could possibly butt heads to see who can assert dominance over other people. The egg rolls. Listen, I want fried rice. I want orange chicken. I'll take some beef and broccoli. You know, a little bit of chow mein, just a little bit. Because usually when you do too much chow mein, it's like oily, greasy, and you're like, did I say orange chicken? I'm pretty sure I said orange chicken, but I'm going to say it again. Yeah, I want some fucking Chinese food. Oh my God. So, before my brother came to visit, my skin was clear for like months. It was crazy. I had clear skin. I was having acne issues before that. And so my skin was pretty clear. I think it's because I changed my eating habits. And so when my brother came to visit, bro, we went to go eat so much food because I wanted to show him around town. And then when he left, I had like 3 pimples. And then one of them was like a giant cystic pimple thing. I don't know. It was the craziest pimple that I've ever had. It was like super deep. It was large. It was as big as a dime. And it hurt my face so much and it was so swollen that it changed my face shape. But even though that was like super painful, I'm like, man, I don't know, it's still worth it. I will still eat like shit again. I think it was probably the Jollibees because I hadn't had Jollibees in so long. Like I haven't had like straight up fast food in so long. But Jollibees itself, probably not worth it, but all the other shit, worth it. But I hope I never get that pimple ever again. That was traumatizing, dude. It was so painful. It hurt so much. I could barely even like sleep on that side or talk on that side. Candace says they wouldn't be friends. Too many big personalities. Laura would win based on religious fanaticism and more hands-on with her crimes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, morning recess. We will resume in about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise to the jury. All right, guys. So apparently there's going to be some drama coming up, and I'm going to try to keep a straight face. Jury's going out. Laura's smiling at the jury. What a chipper person. Miss me. Oh, look at the cutie pie in your picture. Thank you so much. Love your content. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Nixie, thank you. Let us all thank the general because his chicken is delicious. General sells chicken? Is I? I find it funny that this woman thinks she's doing something. Lol.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. We've concluded that sidebar, a record's been made. I would just caution the defendant again, she needs to be very careful and she's getting into areas that could open a huge door that I don't think she wants open. I'm gonna make another record at 10:24 to 10:25. We held a sidebar that I don't think made it onto the court record. That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing
Have a
on,
very, stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
and
So
would you
talk
like,
to your advisory counsel during the break, and
you don't
maybe
need to yell at me either.
they
I'm,
yelling at you, okay?
yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to
Okay,
me that way. I'm
take
very
her out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Take her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
Bye-bye. Man, and I hate this term, but what a gaslighter. I've been courteous to you. You don't need to yell at me. Ma'am, you interjected, you interrupted, you talked over. You don't give people a chance to say anything. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna play that one more time and then we're gonna take a short recess because I need to I need to go use the bathroom and get a little snacky.
The defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person. It could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory counsel were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that, again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to
Look at Lori staring at Trina. Look at Lori.
advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband.
And Lori's pissed because she's the type of person who wants people to believe that she's a great person. And when people challenge that, she gets angry.
Husband and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door,
Who raises their voice first? Who keeps talking? Who gets a little bit sassy?
4B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you.
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing
Have a
on,
very, stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
and
So,
would you
talk
like,
to your advisory counsel during the break, and.
you don't
maybe
need to yell at me either.
they
I'm,
yelling at you, okay?
yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay,
to me that way. I'm
take her
very
out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Bro, no, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
Treat her like a dog. Take the dog out. Take the dog out. Dog needs to go potty. I'm just kidding. I don't want to compare her to her dog because dogs are fucking awesome. We love dogs. Just like how I have this guy over here. Oh, can you see him? Oh gosh, you can see my background. So I didn't want to show you guys my background right now. My brother came to visit. I haven't moved the bed back into the other room. Okay, so it's a mess here. I just exposed myself. Bye-bye, Lori. Don't let the door hit you at 100 miles per hour on the way out. So yeah, Lori gets sort of dragged out, and everyone needs to calm, you know, and Lori needs to stop interrupting the judge so much because she really is pushing. She is pushing. Now, all right, guys, we'll be back. So we're going to take a short little mini recess, and they said 15 minutes, right? We'll be back, and we'll be back in like 10 minutes, I think. Oh boy. Let me check with Nate Eaton to see how long the break took. So this morning, there was a little bit of mini drama because Lori Vallow's advisory counsel was not present. Lori Vallow wanted to wait until the advisory counsel showed up, and the judge was like, "I'll split the time difference with you," but he was not very happy. He was like, "You represent yourself. You represent yourself. You can do it without them." But, he was willing to wait a little bit and have the jury wait. But of course, they're not happy because the jury has been waiting a lot during this time. And a lot of it was because Lori was sick. They had to send the jury back. They had to cancel one of the jury selection days and then bring the jury back again. So we're kind of just like a little bit of a mess with the jury. But I'm hoping the jury understands. Sometimes shit happens in the courtroom, but it kind of sucks when you're just waiting around a little bit. And if you showed up on time and you expect the court to show up on time, you want things to happen on time. You don't want there to be delays. They continued the cross-examination of Detective David Farrer. And again, Lori was just asking about, oh, you collected the projectile from the bullet. Well, how did you know the projectile fell out this way? Or there are pieces here? Really nothing too consequential in my opinion. Then there was a redirect by the by the state. And she talked about the casing, the bullets. And they were basically saying that, why were the bullet in fragments? Shouldn't there be like a casing there? They said that because it was a rifle, it's possible that the casing could have still been inside the gun, and then you would have to manually eject it out yourself. So the casing could possibly be in the Jeep, which was in the car that the gun was fired from. They talked about how the bullet, is compromised when you shoot it. It gets very hot. It, depending on how what it comes in contact with, it can basically fall apart and become fragments. So again, the state is just reiterating that, yes, this is most likely a shooting that occurred and not something else like a tire iron. Then we had a very short testimony from one of the neighbors, and there was a ring camera that captured the sound of the shooting and possibly a black vehicle. And then we got into the cross-examination of Brandon Boudreaux, and the reason why it's out of order is because Lori couldn't get a hold of her investigator yesterday. So I'm assuming she got her files that she needed to cross-examine Brandon Boudreaux. I'm guessing the files, maybe it's like his interviews or something like that to use to impeach him if she needs to. So right now we had a really long sidebar about the pink pony video that was the objection was already sustained a couple minutes before, and she brought it up again. And then we had a very long sidebar. So the topic that we are on right now is, was there someone that was trying to convince Melanie, the wife, that Brandon Boudreaux was gay? And we had a long sidebar. And then afterwards, when the jury was dismissed, some fireworks between between Lori and the judge. Judge is basically saying, Lori, be really fucking careful because you are treading a little bit too close to territory that you don't want to get into, which could be if you keep talking about what a good person you are, that you have no malice and they have good intention, that you're a loving person. It's possible that the state's going to be able to bring in your prior bad acts, which is the murders, plural, of your husband, Charles Vallow, your 2 children. There's Tammy Daybell. You don't want the jury to hear about that, do you? And so Lori starts raising her voice. And she's like, well, that's also 404B as well, isn't it? I get a 404B hearing, blah, 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 blah. And so she was talking over the judge, and the judge cuts her off, and he starts raising his voice because he wants to make sure that she's not going to try to talk over him again. And then he has her basically dragged out of the courtroom. So let's take a brief, short recess, and I will see you guys probably like in 5 minutes because I talked probably for 5 minutes just now. I will be right back. All right. I do have a screen thing up. Oh, if you guys are new here, feel free to hit the like button if you guys are enjoying. Subscribe if you guys want to. And if you guys are already subscribed, thank you. Thank you for support, and thanks for joining us and for being here. I appreciate y'all. All right, enjoy this this little screen here. That's the court. Be right back. What happens now? I'm assuming they're going to give Lori a chance. And just hope that she doesn't bring it up again. Oh, they are back. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Over here, Sheriff. Ooh, all right. We are back. All right, y'all. We are back. Let's see if Lori calmed down after getting dragged out of court. All right, y'all. Short break. Short break. Let me see if I missed anything. I'm gonna go back just a little bit. Lori's back in.
Please be seated.
Oh, I forgot to refill my water. No.
The parties are present, the jury's not present. Ms. Daybell, if you continue to ask lines of questions where I've sustained an objection, into areas where I've sustained an objection, if you continue to speak over me or the prosecutor when it's not your turn to speak, I will give you a chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
I understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we ready to continue with the cross-examination?
Yes, and I'm just going to ask a few questions of clarification.
Go ahead.
I mean, when we get up there, that's fine. I'm just going to clarify a few things and then I'll move on
You mean with me or with the witness?
with the witness.
Okay, go ahead and get ready at the podium.
Like I said, what's that shiny red button behind the judge?
Depending on when we finish with this witness, we'll determine when we break for lunch, I guess. It depends on who you have next. We could go to like 12:15 and then start again at 1:15. We can be flexible, but so I guess let's see where we are when we finish with this witness. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Hey, Chunky. How's it going? All right, no more outbursts. Good. Poor judge is going to get more gray hairs after this. You got this, Judge. All right, so.
Yesterday
continue
in your
cross.
testimony, Mr. Boudreaux, you talked about your argument on July 25th, is that correct? I mean, on June 25th with your wife, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had marital problems in those 10 years or no?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it briefly. Go ahead.
Can you define marital problems?
Well, like a course of contention, were there other courses of contention in your marriage during those 10 years?
If you've been married for 10 years, there's definitely times where you don't agree.
Absolutely. So would the fact that you traveled a lot during those 10 years been a course of contention?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Oh, you know, wash my hair.
Sustain.
But there are other issues besides what happened that day on June 25th. Is that correct?
Can you re-ask that question?
Like you said, a marriage has issues if you're married for 10 years. That's correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question that you're asking. Can you ask it one more time?
Okay.
How's the audio, by the way? I turned it back down because it was a little too loud earlier.
You had stated that, I'll move on so I can be more clear. You had stated
Great.
that to Detective Pillar that Melanie had been going to the temple all the time. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain I stated that to him, but she did go to the temple often, yes.
And that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain that I told him that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. If you have a transcript where I could read, I would be happy to read that to verify.
Okay. Line 240 and 241.
Thank you. That's not what I read there. That's not what I read there.
Okay. Do you like to
Did she misrepresent it?
tell me what you read?
I'm going to object to improper, I don't know, impeachment, refreshing.
Yeah, maybe, I think what you should do is look at it and maybe rephrase your question.
Okay.
Go ahead and hand it back.
Hey, Shiro.
So you had said that God answered her in a call.
In reference to the temple,
In reference to Melanie saying that she thought you were gay.
I did in her saying that she thought I was gay, but that didn't have anything to do with the temple, which was the question you were asking me earlier.
Yeah, so I was saying she frequented the temple. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was a separate issue. So I was asking
Hold on.
that she was convinced of this because God answered her in a call, is what you told Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
What is of this?
Of the fact that she was saying that you were gay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, can you ask that question again?
I'm trying to get to the fact that she had her own personal revelation of that idea about you.
I can't say what she was thinking. I can't say why
But she had
made
conveyed
choice.
that to you, that she had a God answer her in a call.
Why is she so hung up on the gay thing? Because she just wants to prove that she's not the reason why Melanie wanted to divorce him, and that I guess like I'm sure she's gonna move on to the hacking thing, but she's starting out with the gay thing first.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
Sustain.
Where did you get that information?
Which information are you asking?
Okay. The information that you gave to Detective Pillar that God answered in a call, what was that in reference to?
The line before it was me explaining that I'd have to read the line again. I can't say exactly, but my understanding is that you're speaking about me referencing her talking about me being gay.
Correct. And you're saying that she's the one that prayed about it and God answered her in a call. Is that correct?
Can I read it again? I would like to answer the question the best I can.
Yes.
Kobe says Lori played these conversation games his whole childhood, like the manipulation.
It's 240 and 241.
The way that she asks things sometimes is a little bit confusing and a little bit overly broad. So if she were to narrow to specifics, timeframes, that would probably help a lot.
So that's what where did you get that information that you gave to Detective Pillar that she prayed about it and God answered her in a call?
I can't tell you for certain. I'm guessing that what I was sharing with them there was pertaining to my thoughts on our conversation from June 25th.
Okay, so on June 25th, Melanie conveyed to you that she had this belief about you herself. Is that correct?
On June 25th, Melanie told me that she believed that I was gay. Correct.
That she herself had that belief.
Yes.
Not that that belief had come from me, but that belief had come from herself.
Are you asking me whether or not I think that that belief came from you?
No, I'm saying, did she convey to you that she had that belief, period?
Yes.
Okay. And then later in the next line, you tell Detective Pillar, you convey to him that I convinced her of that fact.
Yes.
Okay. What made you believe I convinced her of that fact?
Conversations I'd had with Charles Vallow.
Okay. So did
And where is Charles Vallow right now?
you hear me tell that to Melanie Boudreaux?
No.
Did you ever witness me talking to her about you?
Did I witness you talking to Melanie about me
Correct.
at any point?
About this topic, about being gay.
No, I did not witness you talking to her about this topic.
Okay. So you heard it from a third party, supposedly.
I heard it from Charles Vallow.
He already said that.
Okay. But not from me directly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on this day, on October 2nd, you conveyed these things to Detective Pillar. Is that correct? That she has a friend named Lori.
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. To Detective Pillar on October 2nd, you conveyed to him that Melanie has a friend named Lori.
As I stated, I think that that's a typo. I believe I said aunt named Lori.
Okay. So she has an aunt named Lori, which would be me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she's the one who convinced her that I'm gay. Is that correct?
That's, yes, correct.
But you didn't get that information from me or from Melanie. Is that correct?
I would not say that that's correct.
Okay. You got that information from Melanie?
I got what information from Melanie?
Did you get information from Melanie that I convinced her that you are gay?
I inferred from conversations that I had with her that you were the one convincing her that I was
You
gay.
inferred from conversations?
Correct.
Okay. But she did not convey to you. Lori's the one that convinced me, and I know this now to be a fact because Lori is the one that convinced me of this.
She never said those words to me, no.
Okay. And she showed you a video that she found on Facebook.
I'm going to object
I'm not gonna say-
again to 404B evidence, to extrinsic evidence, to relevance, to 403
This
evidence.
is the third time that she's objecting to this video line of questioning.
Okay, sustained. We're not talking about the video.
But she had her own.
Now, I don't know if the jury actually finds this entertaining, interesting, or if the jury's just like, okay, this is redundant. Let's move on to the next topic. It could be interesting for them, but I don't know. I just feel like we've already asked the same question over and over again, just in different forms.
But she had her own reasons that she personally believed these things that had nothing to do with me. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
Well, I'm
And
also going to
relevance.
sustain the form of that question on Melanie's belief.
Melanie conveyed to you that she had several reasons why she had this, why she was making this accusation to you. Is that correct?
I can't say how many reasons she said. It's been a long time. But I mean, we discussed it at length for a while, and both parties shared their reasons why it was confusing.
Okay. And so Detective Pillar had asked you if she had any sort of evidence to this. Is that correct?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. And would you like to see your answer to that?
I would love to, yes.
Okay. It starts at line 675.
Thanks, Lori. You're great. Doing a great job.
at that time when he asked you what did
Pink pony. 3, 2, 1.
convey to Detective Pillar at that time when he asked you what sort of evidence that you had?
I told him that it's silly evidence.
I'm sorry, what?
It's silly evidence.
You told him there was silly evidence?
Yes.
What did you tell him specifically?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Well, it's also hearsay, sustained.
So how are you aware that Melanie had this silly evidence?
And I'm going to object again to just relevance into this area and 404B again.
He can answer the question, how was he aware where he got this information? But other than that, the objection's sustained.
From conversations with her.
Okay. So she didn't show it to you? She just talked to you about it?
Again, object, Your Honor. I don't know how many times we can object. on
Sustained.
this.
Let's move on.
So you called it silly evidence and vague evidence, is that correct?
I'm not sure about vague. I could have.
Is it contradictory for you to tell Detective Pillar on that same day, in the same interview, that I convinced Melanie and that she had her own individual evidence that she presented to you?
I don't believe that that's contradictory, no.
You don't believe that's contradictory?
No.
So how is it that you think I convinced her?
As I shared, I had conversations with other people who shared that that was something that you were doing.
But you never heard them from me or from Melanie, is that correct?
I did not.
When you were talking to Detective Pillar that day, he had asked you, have you ever seen that vehicle before? And I'm sure he's referring to the Jeep Wrangler. Do you remember what you answered him?
It would be great if I could read it.
Okay.
Oh, we're caught up. Who's stomping back there?
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So he had asked you if you had ever seen that vehicle before, and what did you convey to him?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. And then he asked you to tell him more about the Jeep, and you gave him a color. What color did you say that you thought the Jeep was?
I believe olive or puke green.
Okay. And that you had never seen that Jeep before?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
That's quite the description. Yeah, the color was a puke green Jeep.
Had you ever seen the Jeep in my household before?
Are you asking what I said that day, or are you asking me today?
I'm asking you today. Before October 2nd, had you seen the Jeep in my household before?
I might have. I don't remember for certain.
Okay. And what color do you think the Jeep that was in my household was?
Are you asking what I think it is today, or are you asking what I thought it was that day?
I'm asking what you thought it was before October 2nd.
I don't know that I thought a lot about it, to be honest with you.
And you had never seen it before?
As I said, I can't recall for certain whether or not I had seen it before.
And it had never been parked at your house?
Which house are you talking about?
Your Quinn house.
It could have been. I can't recall.
Okay. And so before October 2nd, you were aware that there was a Jeep Wrangler in my household, is that correct?
Before October 2nd,
Yes.
I believe that at one point,
Oh God, is the direction that she's going is that you knew I had a Jeep in my household? Okay, so then you probably made up that it was a Jeep that you saw because you're trying to blame it on me.
before
This poor man looks exhausted. Yeah, he looks like he's just exhausted and he's just like over it. Because sometimes, like, when witnesses testify and they don't want to deal with Lori, sometimes they get really snappy with Lori. But I feel like he's just answering the questions, like, as is. No extra embellishments or anything like that. No extra snappiness back at Lori.
For October 2nd,
Yes.
I believe that at one point, Charles had called me to have me run VINs on all your vehicles.
Oof.
Because he was looking at insurance at the time. And so I did get the VIN for that vehicle.
Okay, so you knew the details of that vehicle prior to October 2nd, is that correct?
I had received them from him. I hadn't thought about it again.
Okay, but when he gave you those, did you look up the VIN numbers before October 2nd in doing that research for the insurance?
When he gave them to me, I used those numbers to run a report that would allow me to see what options he could have for insurance.
And in that research, were you made aware of the details of the Jeep?
I didn't dive into the details, no.
Okay, so were you aware at that time that it was like a 2-door Jeep or a 4-door Jeep, any of those kinds of details? Before October 2nd?
I can't honestly recall whether or not he told me. I don't know that I needed to know that or that it was something I was thinking about at all.
Okay. But that day it came to your mind, is that correct?
Which day are you talking about?
October 2nd.
Can you give me a little more context on what you're looking for came to my mind?
Oh, on that day, you stated that it was a 2-door Wrangler. Is that correct?
In my conversation with Detective Pillar? Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I probably, it would be better if I read it, if that's okay.
Sure.
When we're talking about the Jeep that I saw that day, yes, I saw a 2-door Wrangler.
Poor advisory counselor. I feel like, are they just being a glorified assistant or something?
So my question is, were you aware if the Jeep Wrangler in my household was a 2-door Wrangler or a 4-door Wrangler prior to October 2nd?
As I said earlier, I didn't think about the Jeep that was in your household prior to October 2nd. It wasn't something I had ever thought about other than taking a VIN and running it for insurance for Charles.
Okay, but that's how you acquired the VIN number for that vehicle?
That is how I acquired it.
And when was that about? About what time frame?
Oh my God, that scared the shit out of me. I heard someone moving around in the house and I was like, wait, no one's home. I guess my roommate is home right now. Oh my God, I was like, who's here? Is that you, Shiro?
I couldn't.
Okay, but that's how you acquired the VIN number for that vehicle?
That is how I acquired it.
And when was that about? About what time frame?
I couldn't even tell you. I can't remember.
When did you start doing that car insurance business, auto insurance?
The end of 2018, some point towards the end, one of the last few months of 2018.
Okay, so sometime within that year, he had you run all those numbers just to see if we could get a better insurance rate. Is that correct?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when exactly.
Okay. Let's go to that day of October 2nd.
I don't know if these questions are landing as well as Lori thinks it is to the jury. I feel like it's just kind of like a little bit of a snooze. Because I feel like she's trying to get
In your
she's trying to go for some gotcha moments, just like a little bit, but then it just really lands really flat because like the witness is not spicy. He's super chill. And then the way Lori asks the questions, it seems like she's trying to like juggle in her mind and how to figure out what the fuck she's doing. It's like it just shouts newbie to me, which she is. Like she's new at all this. Even though this is her second murder trial representing herself, still, this is like incredibly hard and tough to do. Under the pressure, you're around smarter people, you're defending yourself, the charges are pretty serious, and I don't know. I wonder if the jury's just like, oh, this is like, it feels like a waste of my time.
Interview with Detective Pillar.
Hello.
You had mentioned that you saw a little boy. Is that correct?
No.
To ask for some foundation.
Yeah, can you narrow
Okay.
that down a little
Sure,
more?
sure. Sure.
It's a lot of really broad, unspecific questions too. And the witness on the stand is like trying to juggle in their mind. Okay, what is she trying to really ask me? I'm trying to answer her questions, but it's so broad that it could be like a multitude of things.
In your narrative that you're talking to tell what happened to Detective Pillar in your interview, okay?
Okay.
Can I just show it to you and have you?
Your Honor, if she could just ask a question and properly
hold on.
question the witness.
Yeah, because my understanding is that she can't just show him, like, hey, let me just show you your interview. She has to ask a question, and if he doesn't recall, doesn't remember, then she's like, okay, well, would this refresh your memory? If you take a look at the transcript, he's like, yes. And then she can show it to him. I don't think she could just, hey, can I just show it to you? And so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I would suggest you just ask, did you see a little boy that day?
Okay,
If that's what you're getting at.
okay.
Oh boy, blaming it on children. Is she trying to go and say that maybe a child could have accidentally broken the window somehow? Playing baseball, throwing a rock.
Did you see a little boy that day, right after the glass had shattered?
No, I did not see a little boy that day.
Okay. And why did
Oh, is it like in his interview or something? Well, in your interview with the detective, it says that you saw a little boy that day. So maybe someone else could have broken your window.
why did you tell that to Detective Pillar if you didn't see a little boy?
I don't believe I ever said that to Detective Pillar.
Okay. Would you like to see your interview?
Sure.
You might want to read that whole paragraph to get some context.
I believe that's a typo.
So what did you think that you said that that's a typo of?
In that context, I was describing the window breaking. Without listening to that conversation, I couldn't tell you what the final word I said was, but I'm pretty confident I did not describe seeing a little boy there.
Okay, so that isn't why you thought that it was a paintball gun, because there was a little boy there?
Little boys be running around in Arizona with a paintball gun in the middle of the day, in the middle of a school day? School day? So maybe the boy was so young that he wasn't in normal school. So maybe he was like 3 years old, right? Because I don't think 3 years old, they're not in school yet. They could be in preschool, but it must have been a really young kid. It was just on a normal school day, not in school, running around with a paintball gun.
That is correct. I did not think it was a paintball gun because there was a little boy.
Okay. And so you didn't say you thought it was kids just being kids?
I'd have to review if there's a line where I talked about that.
Okay. .406 to 414.
Oh shit, Pretty Lies and Alibi just tweeted that the prosecutor confirms an active investigation of Melanie, his ex-wife, conspiracy to commit murder. I don't know. That was a tweet, so I don't know much details about it. That would be interesting because a lot of people are wondering, what about Melanie? I don't know too much about this case, so I don't know if they just didn't feel like they had enough evidence on Melanie or if Melanie truly wasn't involved or what. But if I was Melanie, I would be sweating right now. An armed 3-year-old, a paintball gun. you know. The paintball guns that we had were pretty big. I don't know if a 3-year-old could properly hold a paintball gun and shoot it. Unless they have like smaller, like mini-me versions now. Maybe. Wouldn't paint be all over the Jeep? Yeah, that's why I think he realized that it wasn't a paintball gun. Because initially when he was shot at, in his mind, I think he tried to downplay, like, hey, like maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe someone just shot me with a paintball gun. Maybe it was something else. And then he's like, wait, fuck that. Because one, there was no paint. And then he saw the damage that it did. It was like, there's no way a paintball gun could have done this. Remember in the Murdoch trial? What was the Murdoch trial thing again? It was like 2 4-foot ninjas running around the yard or something. Trying to murder Alex's family. I don't know. I vaguely remember something about like, was it like 4-foot people or like was it like 4 foot 5 foot? I don't remember. It was something with the Murdoch trial. And I thought it was just so funny. You remember? Yeah, what was it again? If Rain is here, I'm sure Rain remembers. He was assassin in training, hence why no normal
So
school.
you conveyed to Detective Pillar.
And gun training, possibly.
So you conveyed to Detective Pillar that you saw a little boy, you thought it was like a paintball gun or something?
I would object to him
that correct?
saying that. He did not say he said that.
Right, sustain.
So after reading that, do you recall saying something like that?
The context of what I was saying there was I was describing my thoughts that I was talking to the dispatcher when I mentioned the paintball gun. And the context that I was explaining was that my window was broken. And so without seeing a bullet, as I've described earlier, I thought possibly it could be a paintball gun.
Okay. And on your street that day, on October 2nd, were there kids on the street playing paintball?
No,
Oh. Were there kids anywhere walking around?
no.
And what time was this?
What time was what?
The time of this alleged shooting?
I can't say the exact time without.
Well, I guess it could be a delinquent child who is skipping school. Because I made the assumption that it was a kid that wasn't a normal grade school because, you know, they must have been so young that they couldn't attend school at the time. But maybe it was a kid that was playing hooky. Maybe it was a kid that was sick from school, you know. Maybe they're a high school kid running around with a paintball gun. I'm trying to give Lori some credit, you know.
Looking at when I called 911 right after, so whatever time that was that I called 911.
Okay, so in the morning time, right?
Correct.
And it was like a bright sunny day that day?
Correct.
Okay.
But do you remember in the Murdoch trial, they also had the graphics of like the 4-foot assassins? Like they had the graphics of it. I remember it was so funny because it was like the graphics and they were like kind of like positioned like this. I don't know. Or am I just making shit up in my mind? Because I could have sworn I remember seeing the graphics and then we're all like laughing at it.
So you conveyed to him that you were thinking it was just kids being kids, you know, like a broken window?
I did not convey that to him, no.
You did not say that on line 416?
I conveyed to him what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So why were you telling that to Detective Pillar if you did not believe that?
I just explained why.
Which was what?
I was explaining my thoughts when I was talking to the dispatcher.
All right, Brendan's had enough of this. He's had enough of this. He's been trying to entertain her, trying to be patient with her.
So he wasn't asking you a direct question. You were just going over what you said to the 911 dispatcher?
I was explaining in that context that you're referring to what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher, when I said that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
Don't forget the theory that Murdoch was butt naked during the murders, riding his ATV. Leaving his booty sweat all over his ATV. You know when you sweat so hard and you're like sitting on something, you might leave behind like the sweat residue. Or like, you know when you go swimming at the pool and then when you're trying to dry off on the sidewalk area and then you get up and your like butt cheek marks are left there. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. Back to this. Paintball gun. Why did you tell the detective this if you didn't believe this? He's saying that he was just explaining to the dispatcher that he was just entertaining other ideas of what could have happened.
I was talking to the dispatcher when I said that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you had said before you were confused because you didn't even really know what was going on at that moment. Is that correct?
I would not say that's correct.
So you did not convey that maybe somebody really didn't shoot over here?
Hey, Storm.
As I said, I was explaining to
Yes, that's why you always wipe down the gym equipment. Yes, you would think that people would know how to do that. No, I lived in so many apartments. People would be nasty, man. They'd be dripping everywhere and they just like walk off. I'm like, bro.
him in that context about why I had said to the dispatcher that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you didn't believe it was a paintball gun at that time.
Which time are you referring, when I'm talking to Detective Pillar or when I made the 911 call?
Both.
When I made the 911 call, I thought someone was shooting at me. But as I explained, I had the thought nothing had come through my window. So perhaps it was a paintball gun, which I shared with the 911 operator. And when I talked to Detective Pillar, I was certain that someone had shot at me. I could see the bullet hole in my car. And as soon as I saw that, I knew for certain that all the other things made more sense. And that was exactly what happened.
Okay. So yesterday you talked about you kept driving, right? After
Yes.
you were shot at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went up to where the park was and pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you made a U-turn
Correct.
and went back to the house.
Correct.
So you didn't go around the block, but you went to the, just so I understand, you went to the pool, pulled over, turned around, and went straight back to the house.
It's a big loop. You can drive either way. I ended up driving the full loop. I think everybody has seen how those streets work. So
Correct.
I did a U-turn up by the park, and I came down around the other side and looped back.
Okay. So after the U-turn, you did the full loop around.
Yeah, I finished the loop.
Okay. That makes more sense to me now. Thank you. Then what, you drove back into the driveway? Is that correct? Did you go into the garage?
I did not go into the garage.
So you stayed out of in the driveway, is that correct?
I got out of my car, and like I said yesterday, it's a little bit hazy, but I waited and stayed on 911 until the police officer arrived.
Okay. Was your garage door open or closed?
As I explained, when you drive that Tesla, it automatically opens the door when you hit it inside of a certain range. It didn't trigger in the initial drive-through when I was shot at, but when I pulled in my driveway, it triggered, so the garage just automatically opens.
Okay. So when the shooting occurred, the garage door was not open, but after you came back around the loop and drove into your driveway, it did open that second time.
It opens the garage when you pull up, yes.
Okay. And you did not drive into the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stayed in the driveway.
Correct.
And did you stay in the exact same place where they took all of the photos of the Tesla?
I put my keys up on the dashboard, and I didn't move the car until they were done.
Okay. And so we heard you on the 911 call where you stepped out and removed the window and then got back in. Is that correct?
Like I said, it's a little hazy. What happened is when you put that car into park, the door will automatically open. And the door automatically opened, the window fell. And from there, I can't remember exactly what I was doing. I remember talking to the 911 operator. I may have walked a little bit towards the street a little or something, and then I just stood right there in the driveway and waited for the first officer to arrive.
Okay. So you were outside of your vehicle at that point when the window fell out?
I may have been. It's been 6 years, so I'm not 100% certain on that part of it.
Okay. But when you say that the window fell, did it fall to the ground or it just kind of crumbled on the door?
Well, it was shattered, so most of it you could see in that picture stayed together and fell. And then
Oh, I sped up a little bit because we're behind.
a lot of it fell all over my seat, all over me, into the door frame. I could hear it all fall down in there. It fell a little bit everywhere.
Okay. But it was removed from the Tesla over to the side. So did you pick it up and move it, or it fell out over where it fell?
That piece fell because you got to remember the door's swinging out. So it automatically opens itself. If there's no sensor, then it'll move further.
Okay. So the window fell onto the ground by itself without any assistance from you?
Yeah, I didn't want to cut myself.
Okay. And then the little glass shards came out as well at that time?
Yeah, they were all over.
Okay. So you never moved the window after it fell out, is that correct?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. So where we see it in the pictures, that's where it landed?
Most likely. I can't tell you for certain.
Okay. And you may have walked to the end of the driveway, is that that's what you're testifying to?
What I testified to was that I can't remember for certain, but I stayed on the phone and may have walked, may not have. I'm not certain.
Okay.
Elle Woods. Didn't she also wear like fake glasses? Well, I'm not saying Lori's wearing fake glasses, but didn't Elle Woods wear fake glasses in the courtroom or something like that? Or when she went to Harvard? I don't remember. I haven't seen that movie in so long. Switch to no. Is it already out?
You had testified yesterday that you thought that the 911 operator told you to stay in the vehicle and you were staying in the vehicle, but you had gotten out earlier. Is that correct?
When I listened to that call, I didn't hear her tell me to stay in the vehicle. So I don't think she did, but maybe she did. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly.
I think that you conveyed that she had told you that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so then that conveyance must have been wrong on that.
Okay. So did any of that glass cut you? How were you careful to get out of there without getting cut by the glass?
I can't say for certain. I just think that I would have been careful. I wouldn't want to get cut by glass.
So it fell, when the window fell out, the glass fell in towards you onto your lap, or how did that work?
No, the big piece of the glass fell outward, which you can see. And then, I mean, I can't tell you how everything else fell. I don't have like a perfect memory of that. Just fell.
Okay. When you stepped out of the vehicle, the glass that was on you, did it fall to the ground?
I can't say for certain.
And when the police arrived, where were you located when they first drove up?
I believe I was located in my driveway or right near my driveway, and it was a woman who came.
Okay. And if you thought that you had just been shot at, were you not worried about standing there in the driveway where someone could drive by again?
The person that shot at me was in the Jeep, and I had seen them leave. Of course, I was scared for my life, but I was told to go back to my house, so that's where I went.
And I know it all happened quickly, but you were not worried about them maybe doing the loop and driving back around?
There's a lot of thoughts going through your mind when that happens.
Okay. And who arrived first? Who arrived first? Was it or Officer Rob?
I can't tell you anybody's names.
Okay.
A woman,
Female officer.
female officer.
Okay. And she began questioning you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you began to tell her what had happened.
I did my best to explain what happened.
And she, at some point, had taken her pin and stuck it in the bullet hole, is that correct?
I don't remember that.
And where were you standing when you were talking to Officer Rob?
I mean, at what point I talked to her for a little bit, so we moved around.
Were you on the driveway
We talked on the driveway,
initially?
I believe on the sidewalk, yeah.
Okay. So was she trying to get you out of the crime scene area where all the glass was?
I can't say what she was trying to do. I'm not a police officer.
When was it that you called your friends to come over?
After I saw the bullet hole, realized that I was really close to being shot. I think a little bit of shock kicked in. I remember feeling a little overwhelmed, and I remember they were very considerate. I think when my hands even started shaking, I remember.
Yeah, Lori just does this, like, I don't know. She just asks us questions, basically just recapping testimony again. It's like she's doing it just for the sake of just doing it and having a presence.
Feeling a little overwhelmed, and I remember they were very considerate. I think when my hands even started shaking, I remember. And then they told me, do I have someone that can be with me? And then my first thought was my dad, you know? He's kind of my strength. And then after that, I thought of my friends. I have two really good friends, and that's what I remember is they said I could call them. And so they just came and tried to make things lighthearted, make things easier.
So was that Officer Rob that gave you the permission to call your friends?
I can't tell you for certain.
So was that after she finished questioning you on the events of the day?
I can't tell you for certain on that either. I don't know.
Was it before
I can just see the jury being so sympathetic for this guy testifying in the stand right now.
another officer arrived?
Like I said, I can't tell you for certain.
And how long did it take for your friends to show up?
I don't know. I probably was in a little bit of shock. I don't remember how long any of those things were.
Okay. And you had two different friends that showed up. Did they come together?
I think they came separate.
And at that point, when they arrived, was the crime scene tape already up?
I don't remember.
So they would have had to park outside of the crime scene tape, or you don't know?
I'm sure they did. I don't know, though. I can't testify to that.
And so they stayed with you during that whole day?
Yeah, they were awesome. They dropped everything, and they just spent time with me.
And they stayed until the police left?
They did.
Did they stay after the police left?
Yeah, they did.
And you guys went into the house at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did any of the officers enter the house? Any of the officers or any of the detectives?
You'd have to ask them. I think they said they had to clear the house, but I can't remember. Like I said, I think I was in a little bit of shock for a little bit there.
And do you know if any of the officers entered the garage?
I'm sure people entered the garage, yes, at some point. I can't tell you when.
And when you
When they arrived, they take you to the pink pony.
got on the phone and called your friends, did you call them or did you just text them?
I don't know. Not sure.
And who was it that came to help you that day, your friends?
My friend Mark Bell and my friend Chris Pierce.
Do you think we're going to go from blaming possibly children with paintball guns to his friends? Because she did mention the friends that were on the driveway. I forgot when, but previously. Maybe it was in a cross-examination with the detective?
Did either of them get interviewed by the police?
You'd have to ask the police. I'm not sure.
Did
Interview
you
the
see any of them
friends?
getting interviewed by the police? Did the police ask them direct questions in front of you?
I can't recall.
So by the time they arrived, were you done with your interviews with police?
No.
So when you were having this interview with Detective Pillar, where were your friends?
When I left for my interview with Detective Pillar, we were all sitting in the shade over underneath the tree. I don't know where I was with Detective Pillar, so I don't know where they were at that time.
And where was your interview conducted with Detective Pillar?
Inside of his car.
In a police car?
Yeah. Okay.
And about how long do you think this interview lasted?
It's a long time ago. I don't know.
And then after you had your interview with Detective Pillar, you rejoined your friends?
I did.
Did you interview with anyone else besides Officer Rob and Detective Pillar?
Not that I can recall, but I may have talked to other officers. They might ask me questions.
So other officers were around there and they were asking you questions as well?
I didn't say that. I said I may have. I can't remember for certain.
So there were several people from the Gilbert Police Department in your vicinity, on your property?
It seemed there was a lot of police there because a shooting occurred, I assumed. I
Okay.
don't know the police process.
But you don't remember anybody else asking you any specific questions? Is that correct?
I don't remember any questions that anybody specifically asked, and I don't remember if they asked me questions or not.
Any follow-ups to what Officer Rob had talked to you about or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Brandon, how many communications since October 2nd until now have you had with Detective Pillar?
I have no idea.
Still poll.
How many phone calls would you say over the last 5.5 years?
No idea.
More than 10?
I'm sure more than 10, yes.
More than 20?
Like I said, I couldn't testify to the exact number, so I have no idea.
A lot?
I talked to him about my case.
More than 100?
I honestly can't tell you. I have never looked to try and figure it out.
Okay. How about text message communications with you and Detective Pillar? How many times have you communicated with him through text message in the last 5.5 years?
I've never counted, so I don't know.
More than 10?
I'm sure it's more than 10.
More than 100?
That I can't testify to. I don't know.
How about emails to Detective Pillar? How
Same
many
thing.
email communications have you had with him in the last 5 years?
I can't testify. I don't know.
More than 10?
That I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you if I had more than 10.
Brandon, I'm going to show you what's marked as potential exhibit 192, defense exhibit. Can I see it first?
Hey, Christine. I'm making a poll right now. Lori, 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 Lori. Poor Advisory Council. Damn, we really zooming in on her. Oh wait, did I actually do full screen mode? Oh, my bad.
Do you recognize that as an email between you and Detective Pillar?
I can't tell you what this is. I can tell you what it says. I can't tell you if this is something that, where it came from. I don't have any reference on it.
I'm going to object, and maybe we can,
Let's break for lunch. Is the party's good with resuming at 1:15?
yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Please
Lunch
remember the admission will resume
break.
at 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
How's your day going, Christine? All right, guys, new poll is up. You think Lori's gonna be careful, or you think Lori's gonna be on that slippery slope?
seated. The jury is no longer present.
All right, so the judge is looking at the email right now.
192. The line of your questioning was to establish that this witness has had contact with Detective Pilar over the years, in the last 5 years. This particular email is actually, appears to be 3 separate emails in a string from February 12th of 2020. So what's the purpose of this? Yeah, are you trying to admit it? What do you,
I would like to ask him about it.
what's relevant about it?
A lot of things, Your Honor.
What?
Judge, I can't hear her.
Please speak.
Did she just say a lot of things, Your Honor? Lori again, never giving specifics.
For the mic.
It's relevant to his discussion with Detective Pillar from the October 2nd date until this date on February 12th.
What is relevant about it that is an issue for this jury to decide? That's what relevance means. It's something that this jury either makes something more or less probable for some fact that they need to decide.
It's relevant in the way that this email communicates that the information that was being given to the detectives was directly from Brandon Boudreaux.
I know, but what in the content of that email is relevant for this case?
She's like, I don't know, Your Honor. I'm just going to spew a bunch of things and hopefully one of them sticks.
The fact that the last line.
Did I miss something? What's the last line?
All right, what's the last line?
That's, okay, hold on. Make sure everyone can hear you and the court reporter can.
I would have to ask to see that as well. I don't
So
know what she's
the
talking
last
about.
line was Detective Pilar writes, is it Pilar or Pillar?
Pillar like a pillar in a building.
Pillar,
sir.
Detective Pillar writes, this information is requested so we can see if Melanie has any financial gain from your death, basically, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Are we going to blame Melanie now, Lori? Oh, man. Is Lori going to try to paint the finger? Well, it wasn't me. Maybe it wasn't Melanie who was trying to get you killed. Oh, gosh. Oh, and this is probably why Melanie's brought up. Earlier, I was reading a tweet about how someone said that there was an active investigation into Melanie.
so that creates motive for Melanie. It seems like I guess it's fair area for him to talk about in general, but it's also a fair area for you to talk to the detective about what areas they investigated. But let me hear the state's response. But as far as that particular email comes in, I mean, I suppose you could ask some questions about it, but let me hear from the state.
Judge, obviously that's a conglomeration of emails, so I don't know that that fully covers everything too. I guess the defendant has never raised a third-party defense. I'm not sure if she's trying to say that this was all Melanie Boudreaux, but that is actually an open investigation that is still ongoing.
Open investigation still ongoing. Oof. Is Melanie tuning into this right now?
The state has, obviously in trial, referred to her as an active member of this conspiracy. So I'm not sure if she's trying to admit that or just question him if he was providing information to the police. But the last thing I will, again, just in terms of opening the door, is she's made a big deal about the number of calls and text messages. And as I've indicated, there is still an open investigation against Melanie Boudreaux. And so many of that information might relate to that case, or it might also relate to the Tammy Daybell case, because there was information about that, as well as the Charles Vallow case. So to infer that all of those conversations related solely to this defendant, this incident, October 2nd, is probably a little disingenuous.
Were you intending to enter that as an exhibit, or just were you asked to provide information that Melanie might have a motive?
I would like to admit it, and I would like to question him on it as well, yes.
Okay.
What is the bait page on
It's
that?
Bates 5465.
I don't know that there's anything in it that's particularly misleading or anything like that to the jury. I don't know how relevant it is, but I think to the extent that there may have been some questions about Melanie's participation and whether or not she had a motive are relevant. What's the state's response, I guess? I know she didn't notice third-party defense.
I guess I'm asking now, is she doing that? Obviously, I have a right to know before the trial ends if that's an active defense she's asking for.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm trying to say the connection that I've been accused of with Melanie connects me to Melanie. So that's why I'm trying to establish how am I connected to this? I didn't have a financial gain here. This is the financial gain through Melanie. This is conversations between the detective.
Yeah, but like, is it possible that you're so manipulative and you had control of Melanie that you thought you could get money through Melanie, even though she was the financial beneficiary of this?
And Brandon,
And
that I
obviously-
want to question him on. I'm not trying to blame Melanie. That's my point.
I have not alleged a financial gain for the defendant, so
What was that? I'm sorry.
said I have not alleged a financial gain. I've not alleged much of a motive because we are trying to keep out much of that. So I guess, again, if we're going to start going into motives, then we have prior instance of
Yeah, because she didn't mention that in her opening statement. Remember how we were asking about, oh, what's like the motive for this? Is it money? I made the assumption it was money because at the end of the day, it was money for all the other victims pretty much, and that they wanted the life insurance policy, they wanted the Social Security collection, they wanted money. So I made the assumption that the reason why Brandon Boudreaux was our target was because, one, to get him out of the way, and then maybe there was some sort of financial benefit. But it wasn't mentioned in the state prosecutor's opening statement, so we were kind of wondering, what is the motive? But she just explained it for us. The reason why she didn't bring it up is because it's going to get muddled into all the other shit that Lori's into, that Lori got herself into.
the defendant having financial gain in the previous trial that we did here. So if we want to go into the whole overarching financial scheme and cult activities, then we can do that. But again, the
it.
state had decided not to bring in any of that. If we're going to do that, then obviously we'll change who all of our witnesses are.
All right, let me, rather than just make a knee-jerk ruling, I'll think about it. We'll take this up at about 1:10. So please be ready to go at 1:10. Thank you.
Okay, lunch break. Lunch break. I know, right? We're like, do it. Do it. Okay. All right, so a little bit of fieriness in the beginning because Lori Vallow's oh, there's music playing. Oh shit, it's bumping. It's because I haven't sped up, that's why. Okay, I'm gonna mute the music. Nice music or TV. Yeah, so it was a little bit fiery because Lori's advisory counsel's not here. They made the jury wait for a little bit. They continued the cross-examination of the detective, and then there was a woman who testified about the Ring camera that she had. There was a sound of the gunshot, I'm assuming. We're making that assumption there because it sounded really loud. And then afterwards, we continued the cross-examination, or not continue the cross-examination, but we got into the cross-examination of Brandon Boudreaux. And Shiro, did you fart? I think Shiro might have some gassy issues right now or something. Or oh gosh, a little bit pungent. So Brandon Boudreaux cross-examined, and then we had a little mini recess about the pink pony. That's a line of questioning that the judge is not allowing because Lori's trying to say that, like, oh, well, didn't your wife think that you were gay because of some video with a pink pony? Anyways, they were on a very long sidebar. They took recess. The jury was out of the room, and Lori was not making the judge happy. And the judge basically had the bailiff take her out of the courtroom because at some point they were kind of yelling at each other. And then they came back after the recess, and things were a lot calmer. Lori says that she's going to stop talking over the judge. She's going to stop talking over the state prosecutor. And then we continue the cross-examination of Brandon Boudreaux. Lori's trying to get into the fact that Brandon Boudreaux talked about, oh, you thought it was a paintball gun. Were there children running around? I guess she's trying to say that could have been a kid with a paintball gun that could have shattered the Tesla window. And Brandon's like, no, I initially thought that when I was on the phone call with 911 because I wasn't really sure what happened. Because again, he was, downplaying what happened. And then later on, when he saw the actual damage to his car, he was like, oh, there's no way a paintball gun could have done this. And also, there's no paint on the car. So then we're pivoting over to, I don't know, Lori's saying that, like, oh, your friends were there, weren't you? And he's like, yeah, like I was, it was like a really stressful situation. The detectives let me call my family and my friends because I was just like, this is a very traumatic thing that happened to him. And so his friends were being really nice. They dropped everything. They came over and they were trying to basically, trying to put him in a better mood, right? And Lori was like, well, the investigators didn't question your friends, did they? And he's like, no, I don't think so. So now we're doing a lunch break right now. And Lori Vallow wants to get in this email. and the jury is out of the courtroom. But in this email, there was a specific last line where it talks about Melanie Boudreaux possibly having a financial motive for this. And the judge is asking, well, are you trying to, I don't know, are you trying to use like third party culprit type of thing? Because that was something that you never raised before. So I think the state said that. And Lori's like, well, I'm not trying to blame Melanie, but I'm just trying to say that Brandon was communicating with the detective and this information was given to the detective. So the judge was like, okay, well, I'm just going to think about this and I'll roll after the lunch break. So they're going to go on a lunch break. We're going to go eat. You guys get up and stretch, go and eat as well. I do have a poll up because it has been brought up, I think twice already, that Lori, you need to be really fucking careful. You need to tread lightly because you need to stop talking about what a good person you are and that you have no malice towards anyone and that you're a happy, loving, peaceful, whatever the fuck person you are. Because if you keep saying that, then the state's going to be allowed to say, actually, she's not. You know why? She murdered her children. She murdered her ex-husband and she murdered her future husband's wife. So peaceful, loving, no malice? I don't think so. Not with this fucking person. So they're telling her to be really fucking careful because if she continues on doing this, then the state's going to be able to bring up the previous murders. And when the jury hears that, if they hear that, I bet you there's going to be a lot of wide eyes and jaws dropping because that's fucking wild. That's fucking wild to be hearing if you're a jury for a trial. And then you hear, oh, wow, this person actually murdered 4 other people. Not good. Okay, so court's going to be on a lunch break. They will come back at 11:40 Pacific time, I think. That's what the judge said. And she will continue the cross-examination of Brandon Boudreaux, who again is the victim in this case. And she wants an email to be let in. All right, guys, I'm starving. I don't know if I have food in my fridge, though. I hope I do. Oh, man, hopefully it gets me quick to eat. But, guys, thank you so much for hanging out here. If you guys are new here, hit the like button. Subscribe. And if you guys have already subscribed, I appreciate you guys being here. And thank you so much for watching this trial with us. Why are you being biased, Your Honor? I have been nothing but respectful. Yes. Yes. She was like, and the judge was like, no, you haven't. You've been talking over me. You've been interrupting me and the prosecutor as well. Of course, Melanie would have gotten the cash and then Lori would have snatched it right out of Melanie's dumb hands, the taxi. Oh, and then also the state just dropped a bomb saying that there is an active investigation to Melanie Boudreaux. I mean, she's not Boudreaux anymore. She's Melanie Pawlowski, I think. So I don't know if that means much. You know, active investigation could just be, hey, the case is open. We don't know what the fuck to do with it. Or we're actively working on it right now, like actively, not just lulling. So wild. I think Lori has been manipulating some people around her, and she probably would be able to get Melanie to give her some of that money. Plus, I think she thinks that she could still manipulate. Yeah, and then when she doesn't get to do, you know, when she doesn't get what she wants, she huffs and puffs and stomps around, raises her voice, and then starts whining, and then she cries. Yeah, Lori could have easily gotten the money from Melanie either through emotional manipulation or straight up blackmail her involved in getting her husband killed. I'm gonna. You missed a lot. You're gonna play it back on 2 times speed. Yeah, today was kind of wild. All right, y'all. I will be right back. I'm gonna get some lunch, get up and stretch, fill up your cups of water, and I will see you guys in 40 minutes. Yeah, I'll see you guys in 40 minutes. Enjoy your lunch. I got a new graphic up. All right, so I muted this. I have the screen up. We will do what's live, right? Yeah. This and some of this. And some of, wait, no, not this one. Boom. Okay. I'll be back. Hello. Did they start talking without me? Okay. Hello. Did they start talking without me? Ooh, that's me. Hey guys, how are we doing today? How was your lunch break? They are back in the courtroom. Let me just get settled in really quick. Hello, hello. And for those of you guys who had me on audio and I just jump scared you with my voice, I'm sorry. Hopefully that didn't happen. I just jump scared my own self because I had my stream up on the iPhone. All right. Dude, I'm so full. I'm full. I'm tired. I need to wash my hair. I need to take out these contacts. All right, so we actually have a good amount of buffer time because they are going to have a long sidebar in the future. So we have time. We've got time. Okay. Oh, Chipotle. Yum. I had Chipotle 2 days ago. Yum. My favorite thing with Chipotle is to get the burrito bowl and then I'll get 4 taco shells. 4 taco shells and then make my own crunch taco shell Chipotle. Hi, Go Lucky. Hi, Moondog. Hey, Nick. Oh, let me close the door real quick. Alrighty, y'all. So we are continuing the day 2 of the Lori Vallow Daybell. Oh no, I forgot to stop recording. Shit, I was recording throughout the entire break. Darn. But we are resuming day 2 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Now we're still in Arizona. We have the same judge, same state prosecutor, but new crime. Lori is charged with conspiracy to commit murder, and it's for the attempted murder on Brandon Boudreaux, who is actually testifying on the stand right now, and she's in the middle of cross-examining her. Now, before we broke for lunch, the judge is determining whether or not he's going to allow this email in that Lori wants in. Now, in this email, it's kind of interesting because the state was wondering, well, Lori, are you trying to introduce third-party culpability? Are you trying to say that Melanie could have been responsible for this? And again, Melanie was the ex-wife at the time, the one that was really close with Lori Vallow. I don't know if they're still close. I'm assuming maybe not because, you know, people probably want to keep their distance from Lori Vallow. Not good when you're charged with murdering your own children. Ooh, pork and beef tagliatelle. That sounds so good with dough balls. Yum. Lemonade in a glass is the best, and some ice as well. Alrighty, y'all. Let's just jump into it. Let's try to get footage of people coming
Life
in.
insurance.
Let's see. Ooh, did I hear life insurance? Hello?
We're on the record. The parties are present. The jury is not present. In relation to exhibit number 192 that we talked about before break, the defendant may ask the following question. You may want to write this down. In February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Pillar ask you to provide any documentation which might support whether Melanie had a financial motive for your murder or death, however you want to phrase that? The state may also ask follow-up questions on whether or not any financial motive existed, such as a life insurance policy. I don't know the answer to that, if she was the beneficiary of a life insurance policy. Additionally, the defendant has opened the door somewhat, and for now, the state may ask in redirect a question along the lines of, all the communication you had with Detective Pillar in the last 5.5 years was not solely about this case, correct? Some of your communications with Detective Pillar were related to a separate investigation, correct?
Oh, that's all that she can say for now, though? Can't get into specifics? Because the specifics would be, well, she murdered her children and she murdered 2 other people. And the jury would just drop their jaws.
To the extent the door gets open further than that, I guess depends on where the defendant goes for the rest of her cross.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any reason to actually introduce that Exhibit 192 because it has other information on there as well.
Okay, so we're not introducing the entirety of the email.
So that's the ruling.
Judge, I hope you had a good lunch.
Are you ready to bring the jury in?
In 1 second.
For those of you guys who haven't voted on the poll says, will Lori open the door to the previous 4 murders, Charles Vallow, her children, and Tammy Daybell? 83% says yes, she will. 17% says no, she'll be careful from now on. So she sort of opened the door, the judge says, and he will let the state ask about the communications that they had with Detective Pillar about other cases. Won't be specifying about what those other cases were about, but that there were other cases that Lori was involved in. Now, the judge said that if she continues opening that door even wider and the floodgates are open, then it seems like the state can start asking specifics and introducing that in. Whew. All right, so I guess my poll still stands. Will she open the door even more? Will the floodgates come in?
And just to get ahead of the ball, when Detective Pilar eventually testifies, you would also be allowed to ask if he sought that type of information and why he would seek that type of information. All right, you want to go ahead and get ready at the podium? We'll bring the jury in.
Fresh sliced strawberries. I hope they're sweet. Hi, Turbo. I'm doing good. How's your Friday going? Extra cheese and sour cream in your bowl. Oh, that sounds so good. I'm lactose intolerant, so that's hell for me. But yeah, I love cheese. I love sour cream. I did find a lactose-free sour cream that's actually pretty fucking decent. However, the sour cream shelf life is still a month, even though it's lactose-free. So by the time that I remember to get Chipotle, it's fucking expired. And so I had my Chipotle recently without the sour cream, and I was really sad. But I bought the sour cream a while back because we made the green chili chicken enchiladas.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. You can continue with your cross of this witness.
Mr. Boudreaux, in February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Pillar ask you to provide any documentation to prove that Melanie, your ex-wife, had a financial gain at your death?
Yes,
And did you provide that information to him?
I believe I did.
How many documents would you say that was?
Can I get some more context around that?
Yes. So Detective Pillar asked you to provide him with some documentation of financial gain from your ex-wife Melanie. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did provide to him some documentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what were those documents?
What did I provide to Detective Pillar about that?
Correct.
I had a life insurance policy. I provided him with that.
What else?
I'm not sure.
Someone in my chat mentioned that there was $1 million life insurance policy. Let's find out more about this.
Sure, there's anything else I provided him.
Okay, did you provide the rental agreement for Melanie's address?
Are you talking about on that specific day or?
Ever?
I can't say for certain that I did, but I may have. I believe I had it. I believe I helped her when we were signing that.
Okay. So did you provide your rental agreement with him?
At some point, I believe I gave him my rental agreement for my property at 3875.
What? You skipped lunch? Why? You're glad that you're not lactose intolerant? Yeah, it sucks, dude. It sucks, especially when I love creamy stuff. I like creamy soups, sour cream, cheese. Like, oh gosh. So, I mean, I take lactase, but dude, it's a little bit risky when you're on vacation because if you don't take enough lactase, then no bueno.
And did you provide information showing your financial shared accounts?
If he asked me for that, I would have provided it to him. I can't say for certain which accounts I gave him, but I'm sure if he asked, I would have given him any accounts he needed.
And you gave him the information, the contact information for your financial person at Chase Bank?
I would have, if he asked me for anything pertaining to the case, I would have given it to Detective Pillar so that he could investigate.
Okay. So he could help demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if you were to pass away. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
What? When you're 285 pounds, I developed lactose intolerance. When I lost weight, it went away. Really weird. What? I did hear that you could train your body to produce lactose or lactase again, but you would have to eat a fuck ton of cheese and it's like really painful and it's not a guarantee.
No, he asked you for that. Is that correct?
I can't recall him asking me that.
So he asked you for any documentation that would help him demonstrate financial gain for Melanie if you were to have died around October 2nd, 2019.
It seems like she's trying to place the blame on Melanie. Seems like it to me.
I can't recall if he asked for that specifically. If you're asking if I can recall whether or not I talked with him about the possibility that she had financial gain, I definitely talked with him about her having financial gain. If you're asking if I can recall the exact wording that he used, I can't tell you that I can confidently sit here and recall the exact wording.
Well, you looked at this exhibit, correct, a minute ago?
You showed me a document.
Would you like to look at it again?
If you're asking if you would like me to look at it, I can look at it.
Okay.
I mean, we don't know much about Melanie, but it would be wild if she wanted him dead because, again, he is the father of their 4 children, 4 young children. I never understand people that want to murder their significant other. If it was like they were abusing the children, if it was like they were abusing the children, that, you know, some weird shit was happening, then I could understand that mindset. But if he was a good father and she just didn't like him in the relationship, just murdering him, it ruins the child's life. Really? Can grow out of shellfish allergies too? But man, I feel like when people are allergic to shellfish, it's like a severe allergy. I feel like you would never want to keep testing out to see if you're allergic to shellfish or not. It doesn't sound fun.
Did that refresh your recollection of your email with Detective Pillar?
I definitely read what you shared with me, yes.
And he had asked you to provide documentation to demonstrate Melanie's financial gain in case you were to die on October 2nd, 2019?
He asked me if I could provide any documentation that could have showed that there was financial gain for her if I had died on October 2nd.
And you did provide the information to him, is that correct?
As I said, I can't recall exactly, but I'm sure I did.
And did you provide screenshots to him?
I'm going to object or ask for foundation of what? Screenshots.
Sustained, please lay more foundation.
Okay. Did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots in response to this email where he asks you for that documentation?
I gave Detective Pillar my phone, so they had literally every conversation I ever had. So
She's trying to shift the blame without saying it. Right. Trina was saying when the jury was dismissed that, is she trying to introduce third-party culprit? And then Lori's like, I'm not trying to blame Melanie. Girl, you going down that road right now. That's what it seems like.
I'm sure he would have had access to any conversation I'd had with someone
Okay, and when was that you turned your phone over?
at the time of the shooting.
So on October 2nd?
Correct.
So in February of 2020, February 12th specifically of 2020, did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots of messages to him for this purpose of demonstrating Melanie's financial gain?
As I said, I had a lot of conversations with Detective Pillar. So if you're asking for one specific conversation, I can't tell you right now that I recall exactly what I would have given him in February of 2020.
Okay. Would you like to look at this?
If it would help, sure.
Okay.
Shit. Sorry. I muted it because I was sneezing and I forgot to unmute it. I was saying that if the state gets more witnesses to testify that they thought Melanie was under the control of Lori, then Lori continuing this line of questioning that Melanie had a financial motive, they could put the two together and say that, wait a second, Melanie had a financial motive. She could have got money that Brandon died when Brandon dies. Well, if Lori was controlling Melanie, is it possible that Lori could have also benefited financially as well? So we'll see what other witnesses testify. Pilar, who's Pilar? Pillar's the other detective. We haven't heard from him yet.
For the Bates.
Trying to see when the long side roll. I think it's because of the way it's spelled that you're tempted to say Pilar. They told him it was pronounced pillar. I believe Lori would have convinced Melanie to make her the beneficiary, and then Lori would bump her off and take the money. Oh. Yeah, you know, if Lori and Chad were never caught for their murdering spree and they were able to continue on, I wonder who else was on their list. Did they mute it? It's really quiet. All right, Trina's shaking her head.
On this.
Okay.
You haven't been following this case? I need to catch up. Oh, this woman has lots of cases. This is her third trial. I think they're shipping her back to Idaho afterwards, right? They said that the reason why she doesn't want to delay this trial any further is because something's going on in Idaho that she wants to get back to. You guys remember hearing about that? The bailiff brought her out, and then after the break, she like calmed down a little bit. Okay, is this the long sidebar? This might be the long sidebar. All right, hopefully, by the time I'm caught up with the live. Oh, they're still sidebarring. Man, what is the sidebar about? Let's see what Nate says. Nate. Where are we? Long sidebar. Sidebar is over. Oh my god, it's a 10-minute long sidebar. Okay, I think we're almost done then. Still in sidebar. Oh no, I think it's more than that. Wait. How long is this sidebar? Oh. 15-minute sidebar? Jeez. Judge asks for a sidebar. White noise comes on up as Lori, Trina, and the judge put on their headphones. Still in sidebar. Sidebar is over. I kind of want to just read the rest of the tweets to see what else is going to happen. Spoilers. Should we not get into spoiler territory? Should we wait? We're all evil, according to Lori. She's opening the door with this question. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, the financial gain. Financial gain. Oh boy. So what do we think? Do you think Lori sounds better today? So yesterday at the end of the courtroom, or at the end of the trial, the judge allowed her to have a Tylenol with her today. So she can just take a Tylenol if she needs to. She's got a headache. She's not feeling well. Damn it, I'm late. Oh, it's all good, Aaron. What did I miss since lunch? Not much, honestly. They're going to take a really long sidebar. So you actually have time to catch up. You haven't missed much. So Lori... Oh, actually, before Lori did the cross-examination, so after the lunch break, the judge made his rulings, and he made 2 rulings. Let me see if I find my notes. The judge said that they can get into what Brandon Boudreaux sent to Detective Pillar. Because remember, Lori's, I guess, wants to bring up that Melanie had a financial gain to all of this, and that she's not the only suspect, which I think treads into third-party culpability, probably. Like, oh, it could be Melanie who tried to murder Brandon and not Lori. And then the other thing that the judge talked about was he did say that Lori slightly opened the door about her other cases. So he is going to let the state ask the witness, or maybe the detective, whoever it is that they're going to question, about other communications. Well, I think it's Brandon. Yeah, other communications that Brandon had with Detective Pillar in regards to other cases. They can't specify what other cases yet. The judge says he will wait to see how this cross-examination continues with this witness. If Lori opens the door even more, or kicks the fucking damn door open, then the judge will allow the state to ask more specifically about Tylee, JJ, Charles Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. They're going to be able to bring that in. So we'll see if Lori, let's see if she's going to be careful. Because I think if the state asks about the other cases that they had in communications, that this witness had in communications with the detectives, I think the jury could just be confused. The jury could just be like, oh, I guess Lori's involved in other cases, but who knows what other cases, right? I don't think they'll jump to like, oh my God, it's another murder case or something. It could just be something benign, like, oh, it's just another case. So I don't think it's necessarily that bad to bring up that there are other cases, but it could just be a red flag for the jury possibly. And then they'll just wait and see if that ever gets clarified. But oh boy, if they bring up about how her 2 children were murdered, her future husband's wife was murdered, her ex-husband was murdered, yeah, they're gonna look at her and be like, dude, she's fucking guilty. I just remember that I forgot to take my Tylenol. You know what's the worst? When you have like prescription medicine that you have to take on a like on a scheduled basis, but you don't remember if you took it or not. You guys ever do that? Like I have like a pill like that I'll have in front of me, and it's like in the bottle, and then I'm like, wait, fuck, did I take it already or did I not take it already? It's like, do I accidentally double dose or do I just miss it? You low-key want her just to, so that way she can't fight them anymore. Please don't let COVID. I would love to see what the jury's expression is if they ever hear that. We'll definitely have to go to all the people that are in the courtroom right now. Oh, sidebar over? Yes, I think sidebar over. So right now, she's asking Brandon Boudreaux about him providing the detective with a life insurance policy, and that Melanie would have a financial gain if he was killed. And there was something about a rental agreement, but I don't know if that's consequential in any way. You're welcome, Aaron.
The life insurance policy that you provided to Detective Pillar, was that an active policy?
As of the date that
As
I
of that-
provided to him, or as of the date of my,
As of October 2nd, 2018.
yes.
Okay.
I hate it when I do that. So what do you
Did
guys
provide
do?
more than one life?
Do you take another pill and then accidentally double dose, or do you just skip it and hopefully it won't fuck you over?
And did you provide more than one life policy to him?
No.
To Detective Pillar?
Pilar.
Did Melanie have a life insurance policy?
Protection relevance.
Sustain. Well, are you asking if she had an insurance policy separate from this on him?
Correct.
Drink water and pray.
If he knows.
Not that I knew of.
Okay. But in your agreement, did you provide also a copy of your mediation agreement to Detective Pillar?
Yes, I did.
And in that agreement, Melanie was supposed to get a life insurance policy as well on herself as you, the beneficiary?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point.
Sustain.
Who was the beneficiary on the policy that you provided to Detective Pillar
On what date?
on October 2nd? Who was the beneficiary on October 2nd on your policy?
Melanie Boudreaux.
And did you change that beneficiary?
I could not. It's a whole life policy. It's not changeable without both parties.
Where is she going with this? If he were to change it or had the ability to change it, how does that help Lori in any way? What are we not thinking of? You had horse tranks before when you used to parties, an extra pill won't hurt. That's ketamine, right? If it's not one and then it'll make me sick, I do just take another one. Lol. Seems like Lori wanted to intervene to get Melanie the money.
And do you remember when you provided that to Detective Pillar?
I wonder if the conversation went, hey, Melanie, like, I've done this before. Don't be scared. We've done this before. We've gotten away with it. Look how much money I got. Actually, no, because she did she did fuck up because she thought she was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance, but then he changed it and she didn't know. And she was pissed when she found out that he changed it to his sister. Whoo-hoo, I forgot about that. Oh, gosh. Take the pill while you're alive, so at least we can call for help if you need it. Thanks.
And do you remember when you provided that to Detective Pillar?
I can't recall.
Who's that, Shiro? Going over there?
Did you provide any other financial information to Detective Pillar in regards to his email asking you for documentation?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. Is there any other financial documentation that you provided to Detective Pillar after he requested it in the email to you?
Are you speaking like on that specific date or
Anytime
at any point in
after.
the future?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to extrinsic.
Sustain.
Did you say extrinsic? The mic's a little bit low. She opened the door, just let her walk her
Brendan,
dumb
did
ass
you meet
through
with
it.
the prosecutor in preparation for this testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't say which specific day, but I met a few weeks ago 2 different times.
2 times?
Yes.
How long each time would you say? Or how long was the first time?
A couple hours.
And how long was the second time?
A couple hours.
Did you review documents at that time
Yes.
to refresh your recollection of things?
To the best I could, yes.
Did you view any of the financial documents that you provided to police during those interviews?
I did not.
Hey,
What
Siobhan.
what documents did you review in preparation for your testimony here today?
The ones that I can recall would be my 911 call and the conversation I had with Detective Pillar.
So your interview with Detective Pillar?
Yes, the one that I had with him in the car.
Okay. But not all of your conversations with Detective Pillar ever, right?
I don't even know how I would do that.
Okay.
No one's laughing, Lori. Is she done? I swear to God, I'm like, are we going somewhere with some of your questions, ma'am, or are we just asking questions just to stall, just to make it seem like you're doing a good job? What are we doing, ma'am? It's like when you do things, when you learn things out of context and you repeat it, but you don't really know why the fuck you're doing it.
You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that the Tesla has a camera on it. Is that correct?
I don't know if I mentioned it in my
And also because she lacks so much passion that when the witness does answer her questions, it just doesn't land very well because it's just like, I don't know, I just feel like it's a nothing burger. Lori over there acting like a zombie, okay? Give her some life, y'all. She needs some Celsius or something. Can someone send her like a Red Bull or some shit? I think that Tylenol is making her drowsy.
testimony yesterday, but the Tesla does have a camera on it, correct?
On the front or the back, or how does that work?
They have cameras on the front and the back and on the sides.
And so it could like, oh, sorry.
Oh,
So like a 360 degree view?
Depending on the Tesla, there's different cameras that they have, yes.
And were any of those retrieved to your knowledge from the Tesla, the cameras?
The model that I had was not one where it saved the recordings.
So it doesn't save any recordings at all?
It did not.
Okay. When you talk about where the Jeep Wrangler was located on October 2nd, you said it was nose to nose with the white van, is that correct?
Correct.
How close was that nose to nose, would you say?
To me, that means that they were basically touching.
Okay. And then you had stated that you kept going straight, is that correct, after the shot?
Correct.
yes. The judge allowed her to have a Tylenol today if she needs it.
You kept going straight, is that correct, after the shot?
Correct.
And then the Jeep passed you, is that correct? At some point?
I stated that I went straight. I went around the corner and I parked, and then the Jeep followed the path that I did and went past me, went around the corner and then went down the other lane. Without looking at a map, I can't tell you what the name of that street was.
Okay. And so when it passed you, did you look over at the Jeep?
I saw the Jeep in my rearview mirror initially, and then I looked over to the right as it drove off down the road.
And did you see the driver of the Jeep?
I could not identify the driver.
And you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
I couldn't see anyone.
But you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
Yes,
And you have been with him on many occasions. You know what he looks like, is that correct?
correct.
And so you would recognize.
Ew, Robitussin. As a kid, I fucking hated Robitussin. It's so nasty. Oh, fucking hate Robitussin. Listen, when you're a kid, you want that pink shit. You want that Pepto-Bismol. You want the Tums because the pills were colorful. But Robitussin, I think they even had a grape flavored medication thing that wasn't that bad. The orange one, Delsum, I think was pretty decent. No, I think Delsum was like probably the best medication to take if it's like in liquid form. But fucking Robitussin is fucking disgusting, dude. Oh. Has Lori been diagnosed with anything? I didn't watch her Idaho trial, but I'm trying to recall if anyone ever talked about that. I don't think so. I don't think so. They weren't sure if she was competent enough to stand trial, but she was found competent. And then later on, it was a question of whether or not she was competent enough to represent herself. And it seems like maybe this bitch was faking it all along, or she got better. But I don't know, man. I'm thinking maybe she was faking it. Grape was okay. I can't stand cherry flavor as an adult because of medicine as a kid. Yeah, it was like so fucking nasty. You guys ever had this it's like a cough medication, right? But it was a teddy bear purple lollipop that they would give you, and basically you just eat it like a fucking candy, but it was like cough medication for your throat. I really like that one. There was a pink medicine I think they mix with milk, Pepto-Bismol. My grandmother used to make us drink what? My grandmother used to make us drink Vicks and hot tea. Wait, how do you eat Vicks? Like the jelly shit, the petroleum looking thing? What? Or I guess like Vicks has products that they make where you could add it to your tea, but not like the Vicks like thing, right? When you're like putting it on your skin, on your throat or whatever. Yes, the lemon throat drops. Yeah, those were good too. Yeah. I don't take medicine often. I took 2 Tylenol PM once at 7 p.m. and didn't wake up until 11 the following day. Did you have good sleep at least? Ricola? Okay, we had Ricolas too, but those fuckers are nasty, man. The Ricolas are not good. Mm-mm. It came out of sentencing in Idaho. Really? She was diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder and narcissistic traits. Oh, okay. I think they talked about narcissistic traits. I remember Sarah Boone had, I think she had like some symptoms of narcissistic traits, or some of the traits of narcissism, but she wasn't diagnosed with like narcissistic personality disorder or anything like that. But histrionic personality disorder, is that the one that Amber Heard was diagnosed with? Histrionic personality disorder. I think that's what Dr. Curry diagnosed Amber Heard with, right? Histrionic personality disorder, mental health condition characterized by pervasive pattern of excessive emotionality and attention-seeking behaviors, often being in adolescence or early adulthood. They crave attention, may engage in inappropriate or dramatic behaviors to gain it. They often display rapidly shifting and shallow emotions that can be influenced by others. Yeah, I didn't really hear anything about this. I'll look it up. Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow. I'll read it while we listen to this. Okay, back to this.
Looks like, is that correct?
I couldn't see anyone.
The driver of the Jeep.
I could not identify the driver.
And you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
I couldn't see anyone.
But you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
Yes.
And you have been with him on many occasions. You know what he looks like, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you would recognize him if you had seen him, is that correct?
If I had seen him, I would recognize him.
So when you were looking, you said you first saw him in your rearview mirror. You saw the Jeep coming up towards you when you were pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't see the driver at that time either in your rearview mirror?
That is correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell who was driving?
That is correct.
Not even if it was a man or a woman?
That is correct.
I found this. Prior to her sentencing, Judge Stephen Boyd said a mental health evaluation showed that Lori suffered from hyper-religiosity and unspecified personality disorder with histrionic and narcissistic features. That's what I found.
Okay. So you didn't see the driver at all?
That is correct.
Oh, dude. This is... Oh, my goodness. I forgot that Lori said this at her... Was it her sentencing? So, for the sentencing, for the murders of her children and Tammy, she said to the crowded Idaho courtroom, "Jesus knows me and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. So, accidental deaths, is that supposed to be JJ? Suicide, is that supposed to be Tylee? Fatal side effects from medications, is that supposed to be her brother, Alex Cox? Am I reading too much into this? Who's who? Pretty specific. Wow, fuck Lori.
And then you didn't see the plate number either as well, is that correct?
I did not give them the plate number, no.
And you had your phone in your hand, or you did not?
Can you give me some more context? When are you speaking of?
When the Jeep passed you, where did you have your phone in your hand?
My phone was connected to my speakers, so I was.
Is that the personality disorder that causes someone to poop when your significant other side of the bed and blame it on your tiny nose? The little Yorkies.
Text. When are you speaking of?
When the Jeep passed you, where did you have your phone in your hand?
My phone was connected to my speakers, so I was talking over the speakers, but I believe the phone was in my hand.
And like you didn't take a picture of the Jeep as it passed or the license plate or anything?
I did not.
Did you yourself personally take pictures of the Tesla after the incident?
Why? The detectives did it. I mean, he could have, I guess, but does it matter if he did or he didn't?
Can you give me some context of when?
Anytime after the alleged shooting?
I sold the car, so I took a lot of pictures of it before I sold it. So, yes, I did.
Did you take pictures of it immediately after?
Can you give me a definition of like when immediately is?
Like, did you take pictures of it showing the window missing?
At some point I took a picture of my car. I can't tell you when specifically, with it missing a window.
And did you take pictures of the bullet hole?
At some point I may have. I don't think I did though.
Did you send those pictures to anyone?
I may have. I don't remember.
Did you send those pictures to your dad?
If I took a picture of my car, I may have sent a picture to my dad. It's not something that I recall off the top of my head.
Did you send pictures to the two friends that were there with you?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Thank you. Where are we going with this?
How long was it before you sold your Tesla after October 2nd?
How the fuck did he fix the bullet hole on the top part?
I couldn't say. I gave it to the police. They had it for a while to run tests and do whatever they needed to do. Then when it was returned, I took it to a dealership to
CarMax?
get it repaired. And after that, at some point, it was sold.
So did they repair it? They were able to repair everything?
They were.
Did they have to replace the whole door?
I don't know what all they had to do. I just paid for it after it was done.
So the police did not ask you to turn the car over to them, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I turned it over to them.
When did the police have the car?
As soon as the shooting happened, I gave it to them, and they kept it. I can't remember when they gave it back to me, but they gave it back to me later.
So days or weeks or months, or how long after?
Like I said, I don't know specifically, but I would guess it was a couple weeks if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Where are we going
So
with
if that
this?
happened on October 2nd, then you had it back maybe before the end of October?
I did have it back before the end of October, I believe.
Okay. And was it the same as when they took it? Was it intact the same way, the window missing and the bullet hole?
I mean, I can't say if they, I would believe that whatever tests they did were not intrusive. I don't know if they did anything, but as far as the car being the same, it looked the same to me.
Okay. And then then you sent it to get repaired after you got it back.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then how long did it take them to repair that car?
I can't recall.
Like weeks or days?
Like I said, I can't recall. I can't tell you a definitive time.
There's always a running joke that Asian people drive white Teslas. Like a lot of people have Teslas and then they all happen to be white. When I lived in my apartment building, all the Teslas that were there were all fucking white. And then all my neighbors were Asian that drove it. My friends too. Like boring. White? So boring. Well, better than black though, because black, like, it gets really dusty and smoggy here in LA, and that shit, like, it looks so nasty. You have to keep washing the car.
Do you have to have a rental car during that time?
I borrowed a friend's car.
Okay. At what point did
So, did you really get anywhere with that? All right, I think we're moving on, maybe.
you decide that the Jeep was gray and not puke green or camo green?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Did you provide information to the Gilbert Police Department that it was a gray Jeep?
I believe I referred to it as several different colors throughout conversations I had with law enforcement.
Okay. And where did you get your information from the VIN number that it was actually a gray Jeep?
I did not.
Where did you get the information that it was a gray Jeep?
Later at some point, I decided I thought maybe it was gray.
Later at what point?
I can't say for certain.
A month later?
To
2
me,
days
to
later?
me, puke green and gray are very similar in color. I identify both of them very similarly.
But when did you change your mind from puke green or olive green to gray?
Like I said, I didn't say that I changed my mind.
I don't think, I just can't imagine the jury making a huge deal if he remembered the color incorrectly, because again, it's a high stressful situation. Your adrenaline is like pumping. Probably happened really quickly.
So in all the reports, they say a gray Jeep. No one ever says a green Jeep. So that information did not come from you?
I can't say what the reports say. I can only share what I can testify to, which is that to me, those colors are very similar or the same.
So with you having access to the VIN number of a particular Jeep, would it give you the color of the car?
I never looked at it, so I can't tell you.
You never looked up that VIN
I'm speeding up a little bit.
number?
I never looked to see if it gave me a color.
Do you know if that's a thing that you can look up the VIN number and see the make and model and color of a car?
I can't testify to the ability to look that up. That's not something I'm an expert in.
And you've never done that?
Tried to look up a car color by the VIN number?
No, that you've never looked up that specific VIN number to that Jeep. Is that what you're testifying to today?
Can you give me some context?
Yes. So after October 2nd, did you ever look up the VIN number that you had access to of the Jeep Wrangler that was in my household?
I don't think I did. I don't have a recollection of it.
So did you just provide the VIN number to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
And when did you provide the VIN number of my vehicle to Detective Pillar?
I think on October 2nd. I'm not certain, but I think that's when I give it to him.
So on this day, on October 2nd, you provided that VIN number to the detective?
I think at some point, if I recall correctly, I remembered that I had it, so I got it and sent it to him just to make sure that he had it.
So at that point, even though you thought it was a puke green or olive Jeep, he would have access to the information that it was actually a gray Jeep that was in my family household. Is that correct?
I can't testify what he had access to.
But you provided him with that information that very day?
Is Lori hungry?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You know of Alex being an avid shooter.
I knew that Alex liked to shoot guns.
Did you know that Alex liked to frequent the shooting range?
I didn't talk to Alex a lot about that, so I can't testify whether he liked to or not liked to.
But you knew through the family that he did go to the range a lot?
I mean, I think this can go either way for her. I think the jury can say that, oh, okay, well, it's not abnormal that he owns a gun because he goes to the shooting range. It's not abnormal that he had that, whatever the fuck that was called, like a practice bullet or whatever it is, or earplugs, right? But then I think it could also be twisted into, well, he was really familiar with guns, so he probably had the means and the ability to do this, to commit this, to commit this crime.
I mean, I can't testify. Like I said, I can't testify to whether or not I knew that he liked to go to the gun range.
Did you ever go to the gun range where he was there?
I did not.
Did you ever go to the gun range in anyone in my immediate family with him?
Can you define your immediate family?
Well, my brothers, sisters.
I don't recall going to the gun range with your brothers or sisters.
Did you ever go to the gun range?
Oh, my back is hurting.
Relevance?
Why is it relevant if he went to the gun range?
Yeah, why is that relevant?
Do you own a gun, Mr. Boudreaux?
I guess it's sustained.
To relevance.
That's I don't know the answer to your question, Judge, so I'm just going to act like you didn't ask it.
Overruled, you can answer.
I do own guns now, yes.
Did you own a gun on October 2nd?
I did not own a gun on October 2nd.
You did not have any kind of gun in your possession on October 2nd?
I did not.
Did Melanie own a gun?
She did.
It was registered to Melanie, not to you?
She bought it, correct.
When you say that you provided the VIN number to Detective Pillar, was that later in the day after the police had already left, or was it while he was still at the scene?
I believe it was after he left, but I'm not certain.
So how would you have gotten him that information?
Would have probably been through one of my friend's phones because he took my phone when he left.
So would it have been an email or a text message?
I believe it was a phone call,
A phone call.
but I'm not certain, like I said.
And at that time, you had handed over your phone to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
When did you get your phone back?
She's helping the prosecution with this line of questioning. I think some of it's just a double-edged sword. It could be used either way.
It was late that night. I believe he had to give it to somebody who, I'm not a police officer, so I'm going to probably say this wrong, but they had to copy everything off of it, and it takes however long it takes. And so I turned it over, and then I just waited until that was done. And apparently I had a lot of stuff on that phone, so it took a long time.
A long time, meaning a day, 2 days, 6 days?
I believe he's already testified that night.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You had it back that night.
I actually, as I think about it, it may have even been in the morning that I went back and picked it up.
Why is she so fixated about the color? Probably just trying to get him to say that, like, or trying to get the jury to believe that he got the car incorrectly and that it wasn't actually her car. It was a different green, puke green car.
I'm not certain, though. It was either that late that night or it might have been in that morning because I think I didn't have my phone that night.
Okay. Did you go buy another phone in the meantime?
No.
You just waited for it to be returned to you?
That seemed like the most logical thing to do.
Did Melanie provide information to you that she was going to be out of town that weekend before October 2nd?
She did.
And was that the first time that you, that weekend of October 2nd, or those weekdays, I guess it was weekdays at that point, is that the first time that you activated the mediation agreement where the children were with you at the new house?
We were following our mediated agreement throughout the summer. However, that was the first time that I had a space where we both felt like the kids could move freely and be kids. So it was the first time that they got to come and spend time and enjoy it. They previously had stayed at my house, but I had to be very careful. It's an expensive house, and it had to be show ready. Someone could come at any time.
So what day was it that the kids started being with you on your visitation that before October 2nd? Was it the 1st and the 2nd, something?
No, it would have happened the day that she left, I believe. I mean, I haven't reviewed this, and it's been a long time. So I believe it would have been like a Thursday or Friday that I got the kids, and I had them over the weekend, and then until I did the drop off on October 2nd.
And what day of the week was October 2nd? I'm not sure I know. Do you remember?
I believe it would have been a Wednesday based off of our parenting schedule.
Okay. So on Wednesday's the day that you would have turned the kids over. They'd have gone to school and Melanie would have picked them up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that morning, had you talked to Melanie in the morning before school at all?
She and I only communicated through text.
Did you communicate with her through text that morning before school?
I texted her to let her know that I was dropping the kids off.
And then you had to have some kind of text messaging to let her know you were there to drop off Breeze, right?
Correct.
And you met at the park for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
I don't know. It's like all redundant. Okay, let's get into the testimony of what he did that day again.
And then you went straight to the gym after dropping off Blake. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's about how far from Melanie's house to the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
And then how far is that to your residence from the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
So when you were driving down your street, when you turned onto your street, did you see anyone else out in the neighborhood?
I did not.
No one out walking or anything that you noticed?
Not that I noticed.
And when you drove away over by the pool area, was there anyone out in that location?
Not that I noticed.
How many cars would
Aw.
you say were parked on your street, on the Phelps Street that morning?
There were 2 that I noticed. I couldn't tell you how many other cars were parked on the street.
Doggos.
But it's kind of a crowded street, so people do park on the street there that live in that neighborhood. Is that correct?
I have never testified to that. I can't recall.
No, it's not his fault. He's just answering her questions.
And you had lived into this same neighborhood previously, is that correct?
Not this portion of the neighborhood, no.
Well, one neighborhood over on the same street, right?
I did live on a previously I did live on the neighborhood over on the same street.
Right. So you're familiar with that neighborhood anyway, even though you only lived at this house for a short time, is that correct?
I would not agree with that. This is a different section I didn't go to.
He's like, why are you asking me all these stupid questions?
Because there's no availability to go from that neighborhood to that neighborhood, even though it's the same street, is that correct?
You can't drive. It's not connected in driving.
Correct. But literally, that house to that house is only like
Try parking in South LA, dude. The worst, fucking Koreatown. Fucking Koreatown, Arch District. Ugh.
10 houses away, really.
Can you give me context? Which houses are you talking about?
I'm just saying, your rental house from the house you owned earlier on Phelps Street is really only about 10 houses away, even though there's a divider and no access to drive straight over.
Yeah, I've never counted how many houses, but it is a short distance between those 2 houses.
And you guys lived in that house for a long time before you moved, right?
What does this
A few
matter?
years.
Sustained.
How many objections relevance do we have? Okay, she's shuffling right now. Hey, Michelle. Yeah. We're just wondering where she's going with this.
Brendan, when you were providing all of this information to Detective Pillar in regards to your relationship with Melanie, were you trying to have him charge Melanie with your murder?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Oh, thank goodness. Trina, come back here. Trina, wake us up. Wake us up, Trina. Lori is twinning it with Trina. Okay, so I didn't really take too much notes afterwards because I wasn't sure where the hell she was going with some of the questioning. It's like, okay, well, how far is your house from the gym? How far is Melanie's house from the gym? Your house is like 10 houses away from the rental house? Okay. And you drop with the kids, right? Okay. Were there other people in the neighborhood? Were there people there? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm like, okay. Lori, what are we doing here? The jury's gonna get annoyed that you're boring them and then you're wasting their time. It's either that or I'm just so dumb that I just don't understand where she's going with it. I'm not getting it.
I'm going to start by talking to you about June 25th, okay? Why did that date stick in your mind?
It was a painful date.
You can get closer to you, Mike.
It was a
please.
painful date.
Why was it a painful day? Why did that stick in your mind?
My grandfather was someone who was really important to me, and I was dealing with, I mean, sudden loss is traumatic. So I was dealing with that, and my family is the most important thing in this world to me. And so the dissolving of my family was probably one of the most painful things that I've gone through as a person. And that date is the start of the dissolving of my family.
Okay. So when you were talking with Melanie, was the focus of that argument about your marriage?
Yes.
And during that argument, did you and Melanie discuss issues within your marriage?
Yes.
And during that, did Melanie bring up reasons why the marriage was over?
Yes.
Did any of those reasons involve things that Melanie claimed you did to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes.
So one of the reasons why the marriage was going to end was because of this defendant, Lori Vallow, things that she said you had done to her.
Yes.
Did that include the idea that you had hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Yes.
So that's something that Melanie was bringing up to you during this argument about the end of your marriage.
Yes.
Did the issue of you helping Charles Vallow try to take away Lori's temple recommend also come up?
Yes.
So again, your marriage and reasons why it's ending tied to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Is that why you sent those text messages to Lori about the temple recommend, that you had nothing to do with trying to take that away?
Yes.
You told her that was a lie.
Yeah.
During that argument, ultimately, did Melanie say that she just wanted to end the marriage?
Yes.
Prior to June 25th, did you think that you were about to get divorced?
No, I had no, there was no thought in my mind that that was going to be an outcome.
And then all of a sudden on June 25th, you start hearing about things that you've done to Lori Vallow that is why your marriage should end.
Yes.
Was it your belief, based upon your conversations with Melanie and with Charles Vallow, that Lori Vallow was involved in causing your divorce?
Yes.
Crazy. It's like going against two batshit crazy women.
I'm going to talk to you about your interview with Detective Pillar on October 2nd of 2019, okay? Have you tried to memorize your transcript?
No, that we talked for a while, so there'd be a lot to try to memorize. No.
When we met, you listened to it again.
Yes, that was the first time I had heard it.
You have been asked by the defendant to read various parts of your transcript. Are you having difficulty recalling what happened to you that day with the Jeep?
No.
Were you trying to verify the specific words that you were telling Detective Pillar during that interview?
Yeah, I think it's important for me to be honest and be thorough, so I wanted to make sure that I was thorough in what I was responding.
Can you tell us from your own memory what the Jeep looked like?
Yes.
What did it look like?
Like I described it that day, a puke green or a gray Jeep with no tire on the back with a Texas plate.
Did you tell him that it was a Jeep Wrangler?
I did, yes.
How many doors did it have?
2-door.
That what you recall?
That's everything that I recall.
Is that what it was?
I believe that's what it is, yes.
And when you talk to us about what you saw happen, is that because you listened to an interview or your own independent memory of what happened?
Those are my memories.
So whether or not you used X word or Y word, do you remember that the back of the Jeep window lifted up and a rifle barrel came out and pointed at you and shot your car?
Yes, I'm certain that's what happened.
There were some questions about kids. You were
The frame kids that could have done this, according to Lori.
given some portion of a transcript. At one point, are you talking to Detective Pillar about calling 911?
Yes, I was explaining the dispatcher.
When you were talking to the 911 operator, do you mention to her that you think maybe someone was using a paintball gun?
Yes, I did.
When your car was hit and a bullet didn't go through the window, were you trying to figure out how that was possible?
Yes.
Did you later realize that it wasn't a paintball gun that hit your car?
Yeah, as I stated, I was certain once I saw the bullet hole in my car that the same reason I called 911 originally, that someone had shot at me, and it was definitely a gun, and it was definitely, they were trying to kill me.
So why did you call 911?
Because I believe in following the law.
Did you think that you'd been shot?
Yes, and I wanted protection. I wanted to feel safe.
Okay. When you saw that bullet hole in your car and no paint on your car, what went through your head?
I think, like I said, it's a really scary thought because up until then, I think you want to feel safe. And so I was trying, my window was broken, but I didn't see a bullet hole. And I was trying to think of something to make myself feel maybe safer.
Yeah, and that makes complete sense.
And when I saw that, I knew that there was no other option than that someone just shot at me and they were meaning to kill me. There's no other logical explanation for why that would have happened.
It's like something horrific happens to you. You go into denial at some point, and then once you realize that, no, I am actually not overreacting. Someone did try to fucking shoot at me.
When you were driving back to your house and from the pool area, you told us that you saw the Jeep going up Cole sort of in your direction initially, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw the Jeep turn right onto Waite,
Correct.
and you could see across that field, and then you saw it turn south on Fisher.
Correct.
So you were asked about why would you return home? Did you actually see the Jeep sort of leave?
Yes, and that's why I turned around.
Did you in fact follow that same direction so you could see if the Jeep was still on Fisher?
Yes,
Did you see it on Fisher?
I did not.
When you turned onto Phelps, did you look down the street and see if you saw the Jeep?
I did not see it on Phelps.
So by then you knew the only other way it could go would be now into Fairview?
Correct. And I believe I told the person on dispatch that I believed you went out onto Pecos.
And that's because that's the only way you can go from there, right?
Correct. I just wanted them to know there was only 2 exits.
When you got back into your driveway, you were still on with 911, right? We heard that.
I was, yes.
Were you thinking about, oh no, if the door opens, the glass might fall out?
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Were you trying to talk with the 911 operator and keep yourself under control?
Yeah, I was
Why are
I was
we-
trying to make sure that I gave them all the
Why are we zooming in on Lori while she's cleaning out her nose?
information they needed.
Were you trying to watch and document how the glass might have fallen out of the window when the door opened?
No, I actually was surprised when it fell because it wasn't something I was expecting.
Same thing when you were up by the pool. Were you thinking rational enough as you're talking on the phone with the 911 operator about someone just shooting at you to think, oh, I should make sure that I take a photo of this Jeep?
No, if you recall, I was a little out of breath, and I was very nervous. That's a nerve-wracking experience.
Is that when we heard you actually almost like panting like you had been running?
Yeah, yes.
And do you wish you'd seen the driver?
Of course, I wish that my Tesla camera worked. I wish a lot of things.
But you didn't.
I did not.
You were asked a lot about this VIN for vehicles. When you are given a VIN number, does that mean you get to see the car? Does that have anything to do
I can turn up a little bit. I think his mouth is just not really close to the microphone.
with a visual of the vehicle?
No, it's just a number that identifies cars.
So in your use of a VIN number to look up car insurance, did you care the color or the accessories on a vehicle?
I mean, an insurance company might, but I mean, you have to think they had multiple cars. I had to take all those VIN numbers, put them in, and then you go run it through a software, and it tells you who's going to give them the best price. So I wouldn't have been paying much attention to any of those details.
Oh, we have a different court stenographer today. I didn't even realize. Because the one from yesterday, she was like talking to the voice thingy. I guess this one's like the old school way, where she's like kind of just like typing it out.
I can't even recall what any of them were on the cars.
So you're just putting in the VIN numbers to see who might pop up the best insurance rate.
Yes.
I think his voice sounds fine. It's a long day of testimony. He's probably like, am I going to be done soon? Please don't fucking recall me.
You were asked a lot about communications with Detective Pillar. Did you know him before this?
No, I met him that day.
Was he the assigned case agent for your case?
Yes, he was.
So that's the person you were supposed to communicate with about your case?
Yes.
You were asked about having a large amount of text messages or phone calls or emails with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that all of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were not just about this case?
that is correct.
Would it be fair to say that some of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were in relation to a completely separate investigation?
That is correct.
Ooh. Do you think at this point, though, that the jury's kind of dozing off a little bit, or do you think they caught that? Because the judge did rule earlier that he's going to let her bring that up, the other cases, but not specifically.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you tell Detective Pillar that you believed Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved or responsible for this shooting?
Yes, I did.
So this is before you had access to VIN numbers or anything else.
That's correct.
While you were still sitting there being told by the police not to leave, Detective Pillar comes over and takes you away from sitting under the shade, brings you to his car, and interviews you.
Yes,
And you tell him that.
yes,
So even if Melanie had some financial gain in if you had died, did that change your opinion at all that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in this shooting of you on October 2nd of 2019?
no.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? All right, seeing none, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
No questions? Wow, this jury is not asking any questions so far.
I'm gonna call your next witness.
Who do we have? Vehicle detectives other cases, and then I think that's what I wanted to say. Oh, they talked about the car. Puke green car. Oh, I think that's his current wife. I'm assuming. I'm just assuming. Because they've been coming to court together. All right, witness number 7.
All right, sir, come on up and be
Or
sworn in
8.
right here.
Can you please state and spell your first and last
7.
name? Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. You do
All right, I can't hear.
about to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, who do we have for witness number 7? Hello. Looking all sharp today. Wait, why does he look like a like we've seen him in a TV show or a movie before? Doesn't his face look familiar? I feel like I've definitely seen this face in a TV show or a movie. Am I tripping? Anyone else agree? His face looks so familiar. Oh gosh, my back. Oh, I'm gonna get up and stretch. I can't sit for too long. Oh man. True crime doc? No, because I feel like I've seen his face not just once, but many times before. One of the Baldwin brothers? Oh, maybe.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department.
Nathan Duncan.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
And I want to talk to you about an incident that
Yeah, the microphone is like a lot more further away for the witness stand. And I think Trina probably is speaking directly into her microphone, so she's like way louder.
occurred in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019
Oh,
involving
hell yeah. We're just getting right into it. Okay. It's not like I don't appreciate the credentials and the history and how long you've been in law enforcement for, but sometimes we just want to jump right into it. And Trina, I'm loving it. Thank you.
Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox, okay? At that date, did you go to Lori Vallow's residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Drive in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I did.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can
Yay,
you point her out
Sherry.
and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table, blonde hair and a gray sport jacket.
Your Honor, may the
She's wearing the same thing as you are. I don't know. She might be copying you.
record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
While you were at that residence, were photographs
No, but like I feel like I've seen him multiple times, not just like a one-time thing. Like we've seen him multiple times. I feel like there's an actor out there that looks like him, or vice versa. Hi, lady. How are you doing today? How's the sculpture? Are you done yet?
taken of the vehicles?
Yes, they were.
Was there a 2018 Jeep Wrangler located in the garage of Lori Vallow's residence?
Yes, there was.
Oh, we can see it. Is it puke green or is it gray? Or is it green? Hey, Shanzo. Happy Friday to you, too. All right. So, 156 votes. Will Lori open the doors to 4 previous murders? Charles Vallow, her children, and Tammy Daybell. 83%. Yes, she will. No, she'll be careful from now on. So, she slightly opened the door. We're now just wanting to know. Now we're waiting to see if she's going to just kick the damn door open and then she just gets fucked. Okay, I don't know. I don't know anything about his relationship with his ex-wife, Melanie. I don't know anything about Melanie. I was curious if Melanie gave any interviews or if Melanie was also trying to figure out where the kids were or she's fully in support of Lori until her convictions. Like, I have so many questions about Melanie, about the victim. I don't know. But Pretty Mama Bear says, does he have full custody of the kids? I do not know. I have no idea. But it's 4 kids. I'm good. Not yet. I need to make more teeth. The first set was, oh, it was too big. Give him little baby teethies.
Showing the defendant exhibits 81 through.
Wait, Modern Family? Hold on.
Through 89.
I can't say I see it. Or maybe in this, okay, maybe in this shot. Maybe in this shot? This one right here? Maybe if you squint really hard. Yeah, I heard that she remarried. They mentioned in court yesterday that she remarried 2 months after they divorced. I think she's still with because I think her name is still Melanie Pavlovsky, right? I think they're still together. Wait, East Idaho interviewed her. Is this her?
All right. Well, the first thing I want to start with Melanie and Ian is your
Oh, is that her? This is from 2020. Oh, I have not seen this yet. Melanie. Oh, God, there's a lot. Oh, they provided the transcript. Wait, this is kind of interesting. Melanie Pavlovsky, it was relieving, but it wasn't. We weren't surprised. We knew it would be natural causes. Oh, that's for Alex Cox's death. We had no reason to think anything otherwise. I think it was just like a comfort, like finally this part is over. It's like one more stepping stone to revealing the truth. And then the second half of the day, Gilbert Police says it's still under investigation. Well, this looks interesting. Check it out. And then Nate Eaton did a What Happened to Melanie Pavlovsky. That was from 2023. Oh, that's how you spell Melanie? I didn't know. I thought Melanie had an E in it. Okay. Melanie Pavlovsky was supposed to testify during Lori Vallow's trial, but that didn't happen. Nate breaks it down. All right, sorry.
Do you recognize those as photographs of that Jeep Wrangler from Lori Vallow's residence in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I do.
State will move to admit 81 through 89.
We do have an objection. Could we have a sidebar on that, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right, how long is the sidebar going to be? Sidebar. Everyone's back to working in a call center. These headphones are so funny.
So the state will move to admit 81 through 89.
Without waiving any objection by the defendant, those exhibits are admitted.
So Detective, were photographs taken of the vehicles at this residence on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, they were.
And inside the garage itself, did the Chandler Police photograph a Jeep Wrangler?
We did.
Wait, is that it? I mean, it's like multicolored. It's like green, forest green, light blue.
I'm going to put, so Exhibit 81
Depending on lighting, I guess I could see if someone thought it was gray, maybe.
and 80, are we seeing sort of the side, and then 82, the front of that Jeep?
It's a pretty color green, though. I don't think I've seen a green like this before. Is this a custom color?
Yes.
When we get to 83, just let me pull it back a
It's
little
like
more.
greenish bluish.
And then a close-up, is that the license plate that was on the Jeep at Lori Vallow's house on July 11th with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
Yes, it is.
And 85 as well, and it's not shown as well. Can I have my paralegal just take one of these up there?
Yes.
85. Looking at the photos without the glare of the Elmo, were you able to kind of see into the vehicle through the tint?
You can slightly see into that, yes.
Okay. And so, for instance, you could see shapes like the seats and things like that through the tint?
Correct.
Okay. I'll take that back. Thank you. I know it doesn't show as well when we're looking at it on the Elmo with the glare, but even in Exhibit 86, we can see, for instance, the seat back through that rear window, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Also, on the front of that vehicle, of the Jeep, was there a sticker right in the corner?
There was, yes.
Okay.
So, hold on a second. Because I am curious about this. Okay. This is what Nate Eaton said back in 2023 when Lori Vallow was having her trial for the other murders. So here's what we know a tiny bit about Melanie, I guess. It's kind of interesting. Can you watch it really quick? It's super short.
House Wednesday at 10 a.m., yesterday at 10. She never took the stand. When court wrapped up yesterday at 3:30, the prosecutors told Melanie she could go home, according to Josh Garner.
Who's that in the background, top left? That's not Lori, is it? That doesn't look like Lori. She looks like Britney Spears or someone a lot younger. Hey, Seclusion, how are you doing today? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you being here. Oh, Kevin Dunn? Wait, is Kevin Dunn the guy from The Office?
They said she might be called again to testify. She remains under subpoena, and they're waiting to hear from the prosecutors if she'll be called back.
She testified at Chad's trial. Oh, did she? What did she say?
So that's that. That's it. She could be called back to testify, but at this point, she is home and she will wait that call. She's not in contempt of court. She was not arrested. She didn't do anything wrong. The prosecutor simply said, we're not going to have you testify. Again, she does remain under subpoena. They could say something and maybe she shows up early next week. I don't think she'll show up tomorrow. I mean, we don't know, but court's going to end tomorrow at noon. And if she's in Arizona tonight, she's not going to be there. So that is what happened with Melanie Pawlowski, directly from them. And we don't know if we'll hear from her in this trial or not. The defense has not subpoenaed her, as far as I know, as far as I've been told. I guess they could, but she remains under subpoena, and so she could get called back. That means she, isn't supposed to watch any testimony or whatnot. That was discussed yesterday in the hearing. You remember?
Okay, I just want to say this. I've been butchering her last name this entire time. I had no idea it was spelled like that. So I'm so sorry I've been butchering it.
That they were concerned that Ian said that Melanie, after her ex-husband Brandon testified, she went online and read some of the headlines about the testimony because they're involved in a child dispute. So, that maybe that was why the prosecutors let her go. I don't know, and I'm not sure, but she does remain under subpoena, and that is what happened with Melanie Pawlowski.
I watched part and basically talked about the zombies and her interactions with Chad. What were your thoughts about Melanie testifying in the stand? Was she in support of Lori and then she changed her mind? Or was she still supporting Lori?
That is all I know. For those of you who are very curious, and honestly, a lot of us are, because she's an integral part of this story in this case, and I think a lot of people were looking forward to hearing from her. She knew a lot, knows a lot, and defended her niece publicly. I did an interview with her and Ian. I remember it was Mother's Day weekend 2020 on Zoom because
You mean her? I think maybe he meant her aunt.
COVID restrictions were in place. We couldn't travel. She was in Arizona with her attorney. So was Ian. Nothing was off the table. I could ask whatever I wanted. We were just figuring out Zoom. It was kind of this brand new program. And I think that I talked to them for 2 or 3 hours. We have the whole interview up there. She defended Lori. She said the kids would be found. She stood by her side. And
This was in 2020. The kids were murdered at the end of 2019. And I think beginning of 2020 is when they were trying to find the kids, right? She wants nothing to do with Lori now after the kids were killed. But at what point did she make that turn? Was it supporting Lori for a couple months? Was it supporting Lori for a couple of years? And then until the trial happened?
clearly that's not the case. And I imagine that her thoughts have changed about that. So that's what happened with her. Now,
Or was it when the
I want to
kids were
get to the
found-
news.
When the kids were actually found dead, then she was like, oh shit, fucking maybe Lori did it. After they were found 6 months? Gotcha. Okay. I was just curious. Thank you. I appreciate. Oh, this is the interview they were talking about, 2020. 23 minutes long. Oh, it's part 1. Oh, there's more. Okay, interesting.
And again, when we look at 88, you're able to see through the Jeep into the back.
You can see through the Jeep towards the back of the garage there, yes.
Okay. And then that's the side of the, yeah, let me pull out, of the Jeep in Exhibit 89.
Oh yeah, right here it could be like a little bit of a grayish color. Could be like a blue color, a light blue.
Correct.
Now, when you were at the residence on July 11th, was Alexander Cox also present?
He was.
Really? Sort of supportive at Chad's trial? East Idaho has just Melanie's testimony itself. Her testimony was about an hour long. Interesting. I might go listen to that next time then.
And did he have a vehicle at that residence when you were there on July 11th?
He did. He had a Ford pickup truck.
And was that a 2017 Ford F-150?
Yes.
And you previously had looked at those photos, Exhibits 90 through 92. The state will move to admit those.
Kevin Dunn. Kevin Dunn. I think Kevin Dunn has like a smaller head. His head is like more longer and ovalish shape. I actually don't remember Kevin Dunn in Transformer at all. Sorry, Kevin.
Without waiving objection.
Was Alexander Cox's truck located in the driveway of the residence?
Yes, it was.
And is this what we see here in Exhibit 90?
It is.
Exhibit 91, is that sort of show the side of the vehicle?
The passenger side, yes.
And then a further away in Exhibit 92?
Yeah, from a front view of the passenger side.
Did you, in being at that residence on July 11th, note that the Ford F-150 had an Arizona license plate, personalized one of CPQUINT?
That is correct.
At that time, did you learn Alex Cox's cell phone number was 480-351-9120?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn that Lori Vallow had a cell phone number of 808-755-5452?
Correct.
And did you later learn that Lori Vallow had another
Okay, I put his image into Google and typed in celebrity lookalike and nothing popped up. But I swear to God, he looks like an actor somewhere out there.
cell phone number of 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for an iCloud account that was associated to Lori Vallow for loriforstyle@icloud.com?
I did.
Can you tell us how you were able to determine that that was associated to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the phone number that is associated with a subscriber was a phone number linked to the defendant. In examining the content of that iCloud, I was able to locate photographs, videos, text messages, and emails, all linking the defendant to that iCloud.
What is an iCloud account?
So basically, an iCloud account, to put it simply, is a cloud account for Apple users. So anybody who's using an Apple device has the ability to store or back up data from their device to the cloud.
So when you...
Oh, was he the one that was sick in that trial? Was it him? I don't remember. I do remember someone that was sick, though. Maybe it was him. Poor guy.
obtained those iCloud records, did you get an affidavit authenticating those from Apple?
I did.
Show defendant, exhibits 184, 85, and 86.
Stephen Baldwin. Oh god, this is a horrible picture of him.
Did you review and look through all of those iCloud records?
Yes, I did.
In those records, did you see messages, text messages, or sometimes referred to as SMS messages between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you ever see any mention of, between those text messages, Lori Vallow providing her brother Alex Cox with an email or Gmail account address?
Yes, I did.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 184 and 185. 184, the affidavit that was provided, as is 185, the Cox and Lori Vallow, where the email address is requested.
Yes, and that context or that communication is
Oh, is this the Lori for Styles email? Ooh.
through phone.
State will move to admit Exhibit 184 and 185.
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
184, 185, Redmond.
Oh, Lori tried objecting for relevance. Sorry.
So in 185 here,
Trina kept doing that to you. Yeah, I know, it hurts. You want to get her back, I know.
messages between the phone for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Yes, that's correct.
Do we see on here that the source is the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
Is this time and date for when this occurred?
Yeah, so the time you see there is 3/10/2019 at 7:50 p.m. And the UTC -7 means that it has been adjusted to Arizona time.
Okay. And so on this one, we see that this is from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
And that's one of the phone numbers that you previously testified to that you learned belonged to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And that was one of the phone numbers that was in this iCloud account as being hers?
Yes.
So in this, do we see Alex Cox then requesting from Lori Vallow, hey, Lo, what's your new address?
You do?
And then does he, a little bit later, I guess, clarify email address?
Yes.
And then in the third line, do we see now from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox on March 10th of 2019 at 8:07 p.m., where she gives a lollytimeforever@gmail.com?
Correct.
Okay, Lolly Time Forever is worse than Lori for Styles. Which one's worse, Lori for Styles or Lolly
When
Time?
you were reviewing that iCloud account, you told us that a lot of different data is saved there. When someone has a cell phone and is having text messages coming in and out, or you're sending them out, are those some of the things that can be saved in an iCloud account?
Yes, they can.
In this case, did you recall seeing text messages between or from Brandon Boudreaux to Lori Vallow in her iCloud account?
I did.
Did those records reflect whether or not those messages were read or not?
They do, yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 186.
All right, y'all. What was the worst username or email address y'all have ever used? I know we got some cringy old AOL, IMs, MSN, screen names out there.
It does show a red date on there, yes.
State will move to admit 186.
The fact that, I don't know, foundation objection.
It's
That's not that bad. Race BBs. That's not that bad. That's not cringe.
If I may publish.
Sailor Moon and Kitty Cat. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
So when we are looking at this, is this another sort of report made where you can pull out specific
I
messages?
think like one of my usernames, like or my first username was like Pup Time Forever or something. Oh no. It was like Angel Pup 9 or Angel Pup 7 or something. It was when I was in seventh grade, yeah. Angel Pup.
Messages that are part of the hundreds or thousands of text messages that might have been saved in that iCloud account?
Yes, it is.
So again, as we're looking at this,
Can Lori not afford an actual attorney? So if you can't afford an attorney, you can have someone appoint you one. Like the court can appoint you a free attorney to represent you. But Lori wants to represent herself because Lori thinks that she's fucking smart and she could do it. And she probably thinks like, oh, fuck the public defenders. I'll do it myself. But a lot of us think it's just that Lori's just bored and she's just killing time. It's just like a new challenge for her, you know? Something for her to look forward to. Oh my God, Emo Goth 69. I love it. Yes, give me all the emo names. I use Evil Twin. Evil Twin everywhere. It's my license plate. Wait, do you have a twin?
this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, where we see it's to her, correct?
Correct.
And again, we see the Lori for Style at iCloud.
Yes.
And so the date of June 25th of 2019 at 6:46 p.m.
Correct.
She's got all the time in the world.
And we see here a message. Can you tell us what that message was?
This is the content of the message. It was Brandon sending Lori a message also indicating that he had sent the same message to Charles as well about being accused of being involved in taking her temple recommend from her.
And does this show that Lori Vallow read that on?
You're an identical twin. We can open each other's phones with facial recognition. You can also frame her for a crime. I'm just kidding. That's fucked up. But I remember I knew a twin, and one of the twin had a suspended license. So he stole his twin brother's license and pretended to be him. So that way, if he ever got pulled over, he wouldn't get in trouble. But I remember something happened, though, because I think when he did get pulled over, and even though he didn't have the suspended license because he was using his twin brother's license, I think he ended up getting in trouble for something else, or maybe got points or something. And so the other brother got in trouble. I forgot. It was like some weird drama like that.
June 25th at 8:19:57 p.m.
It does.
Did you see additional messages from Brandon Boudreaux as the evening wore on to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
The next one being at 9:10 p.m.
Yes.
And does that show that that was read by Lori Vallow at 10:08 p.m.?
Correct.
And then the final message sent by Brandon Boudreaux at 9:12 p.m.
Correct.
And that was read at 10:08.
Yes.
Did you
She was reading it but not replying to it. You wonder license plate has something to do with Naruto so bad. Have you been watching Boruto?
ever see any responses in the iCloud accounts from Lori Vallow back to Brandon Boudreaux with regards to this conversation?
I did not know.
What about Sakura sucks?
Did you ever learn that Alex Cox had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for an iCloud account, Lollytime at iCloud, that was associated to Lori Vallow?
I did.
How did you associate the Lollytime account to Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lori for Style. There was a phone number associated in the subscriber information that was linked to her, as well as looking at the content of the iCloud. There was emails, messages, videos, and pictures that would link that to her.
Was that Lollytime at iCloud account associated to one of Lori's cell phone numbers, the 480-692-9542 number?
Yes.
In that iCloud account, did you see photographs of Lori Vallow and her wedding with Chad Daybell in Hawaii?
Ooh.
Was that in November of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Like the other iCloud account, did you receive an affidavit authenticating those records?
I did.
As part of the iCloud records, we talked about text messages.
Once it got good, they went on a long break. Why? Why was there a long break? Or hold on a second. Is the creative Naruto? Oh, no. I'm thinking of a different one. Sorry, I'm thinking of Sailor Moon and Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, different one.
Did the iCloud accounts also contain emails that were saved in the Lollytime at iCloud.com account?
There were emails, yes.
Are we going to get emails between Lori and Chad?
Do you note any emails between August 14th and October 1st that indicated that Lori Vallow had moved back to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did those text messages show her scheduling to see a unit at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
They did.
Did they also
Damn, they got burned out from all the filler. Ugh, can we just stop with the filler shit? We don't need filler.
show her emailing her payment to Blue Sky Properties Management Company for 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, I did.
Damn, we zooming in on her
Last
head
section
again.
for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
So 187 was that the affidavit that was sent in relation to the Lollytime at iCloud account.
Yes, it was.
And 188 is that a report of some of those emails that were saved in that Lollytime iCloud account relating to that time period and Rexburg, Idaho, and the Blue Sky properties.
Yes, it is.
State will move to admit 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar? I have a question on that.
Why don't we go ahead and take our recess for the jury? We'll recess for approximately 15 minutes and then we'll take
15 minutes. All right, I think ours is going to be 10 minutes because we're a little bit behind. Oh, the storage rental evidence. Yes, I remember you guys were talking about that yesterday. That loin fire made me forget about eating a snack. Do you still want a snack after hearing about loin fire? Should we kill 10 minutes by reading Chad's romance novel about Lori?
Oh, was it at 187 and 188?
Yes, 187 and 188.
All right, what was the issue?
I just had a question on foundation. Did Detective Duncan say that he did the extraction? I must have missed that. I don't want to keep making the same objection if he did testify to that he did the extraction. himself?
It's not an
I don't think he said he did the extraction.
extraction. iCloud sends the records from
It
Apple.
wasn't an extraction from a phone or a device. It was,
That search
it was a
warrant to
response to a
iCloud.
search warrant subpoena, right?
So they just send over the whole account? And they sent it directly to Detective Duncan? That's what I'm trying to find out. He's the person that got this
All right,
information?
I guess ask some follow-up on how he gets this information when the jury comes back in. And then they'll likely be admitted. All right, everyone take a break.
All right.
No, Lori will be able to cross-examine today. So I'm just browsing a little bit. A little bit. I like the Cyberpunk Edge Runners anime. I don't know if I've seen that yet. I don't think so. Is that new? How's it going? Just chilling, you know? We're over here watching this trial. Okay, so we are, what is this, like 5 minutes behind? I think they got another 10 more minutes then. 10 more minutes. So today the court's going to end at 4:30. I think I'm going to end at 4:30. Because, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm just going to read the tweets from Nate Eaton. If I sit in this chair for too long, my back starts like... I'm not ready to lose my dinner appetite. What are you guys doing for this weekend? Oh, it came out a few years ago? Okay, no, I haven't seen it yet. There is this other show that you guys were telling me was good. I haven't seen it yet, though. The League of Legends one? I haven't seen that yet. It's been taken to dinner. Ooh, what are we eating for dinner? I was talking about Chinese food earlier. It's like, someone was talking about Chinese food, and I was like, damn, I kind of want some, like, unhealthy Chinese food takeout. I'm down for that right now. Even though my face might blow up into pimples. All right, guys, I am going to, I need to, like, walk around. Oof, my muscles are getting stiff. I'll be right back, guys. We'll be back in about, I don't know, 5 minutes, I think, 5-6 minutes. We're just on a little mini short little break. Oh, hello. Hi. I forgot to put my break screen up. But it seems like we're going to finish the cross-examination of this witness. And then afterwards, I'm going to head out a little bit early today. Just going to dip out. I'm going to hang out with Shiro and then probably take out my contacts maybe. My contacts are, they get a little bit dry from just like sitting at the computer. But they should be back any minute now, I think. I think just a 15 minutes break, right? Maybe I should refill my cup of water. Okay, I'll be back. I'm getting some more water since we're waiting.
Yes.
And again, we know this is from the Lollytime iCloud, both here from source as well as we see it over here.
Correct.
Now, did you also see emails from a Hilton, a hotel up in the Rexburg area in those iCloud records?
I did.
And so here do we see from August 15th?
Hello, hello. What are they talking about now? Let me get my earbuds in. Oh, also, there were supposed to be some blackout dates next week, but because everything got moved over, I don't know if that's going to be the case. So I wonder what the court schedule is going to be like next week. All right, we are back in.
This is from the Lollytime iCloud, both.
Oh, God, that was loud. Brace your ears, guys. Let me turn the audio down really quick. Wow, that was super loud.
Yes.
And again, we know this is from the Lollytime iCloud, both here from source as well as we see it over here.
Correct.
Oh, we're just jumping right into cross-examination. Okay.
Now, did you also see emails from a Hilton, a hotel up in the Rexburg area in those iCloud records?
I did.
And so here do we see from August 15th, from the Hampton to the Lollytime account, a confirmation.
Yes, you do.
Whose hotel stay is that? That Lori and Chad's? Or is it just like Alex Cox's?
And again, so we can see then on the 25th, we now are getting a receipt that was sent to her email from the Hampton Inn and Suites Rexburg.
Correct.
And again, that's sent to the Lollytime iCloud account.
Yes.
So it appeared to be, when she checked out, the receipt being mailed to her.
Correct.
And then again, that same day, sort of another email, again from the Hampton Inn and Suites in Rexburg, sort of thanking her for choosing them.
Sure.
Did you then see on, let me open this up so we can see the date better. August 26th of 20.
Wait, what does this have to do with anything? Or is it... I don't know. So we're back in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
2019, again, from that Blue Sky Property Management to the Lollytime to sign your lease for Blue Sky Property Management.
Yes,
It
you
has
do.
a portal for her to go to.
Yes, you do.
And then again, more on the 26th of August, did you see more sort of the portal account is active for that Blue Sky Management?
Correct.
On October 26th, then at 11:44 a.m., again from that Blue Sky Property Management, do we see an email to the Lollytime iCloud thanking her for her payment?
It was August 26th.
I'm sorry, August 26th of 2019, thanking her for the payment.
Yes, you do.
And then did you also see Another email from, again, the Blue Sky Property Management, this one from October 1st, again to the Lolly Time, again thanking her for the payment.
Is it Lori getting the hotel for Alex, maybe?
As part of your work as a police officer, were you also responsible for executing a search warrant to obtain phone records for a 515-402-0143?
Yes, I was.
When you were reviewing the Lolly Time at iCloud.com account, did you see text messages between Lori Vallow and that phone number, 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
Were those text messages romantic in nature often?
They were.
I mean, it could be with Chad or it could be with her brother Alex. Who knows? We're about to find out.
Did you ever, as a police officer, come into possession of a recording of Chad Daybell using the phone number 515?
Phew. Okay, it's Chad. It's not. It's not Alex.
Yes, that recording, he actually provided that number as his number.
So, to your understanding, who was the person using the phone number 515-402-0143?
Chad Daybell.
And so then
sure it
when
wasn't
you
Alex?
executed or you wrote a search warrant to obtain those phone records,
Yes, I did.
Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Shiro.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 181 that we see there from AT&T for the 515-402-0143.
Yes, that affidavit, yes.
So there's an affidavit from AT&T. Does it also contain some printout of the call detail records surrounding the time period of October 1st and 2nd?
Yes, it does.
And does it also contain a thumb drive of all of the records?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit 181.
Objection?
Just to the foundation again, if this was an actual phone extraction or this isn't an iCloud extraction, is that correct?
All right. You can cross him if you want to explore that. The exhibit's admitted.
Just to clarify, Detective, these records here in 181, these are phone records, cell site data, call detail records from AT&T relating to that phone number.
Yes, we'd refer to them as call data records. Without having the device in our hand, and just having a phone number, we would author a search warrant to that provider to ask them for what's called call detail records, which includes phone calls, text messages, cell tower data for a specific time.
Now, when we talk about text messages or call records, it doesn't have the recordings of the calls, right?
No, it does not.
And it doesn't have like the text messages, right?
No, it does not.
Just shows that when calls were made, the dates and times,
Correct.
when text messages may have been made, dates and times, as well as like what cell towers may have been used by the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's what you're asking for when you issue a search warrant to obtain those cell phone records from AT&T for this number?
Yes.
Thank you. The state has no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Come on up, Lord. Come ask your questions.
Detective Duncan, you said when you write the search warrant for Apple, then they return it through a portal or an email. Is that correct?
There's two ways. I've seen it done multiple ways. All of them are secure. There's sometimes if the files are too big, They'll ask us to send a hard drive to them. They'll put them on the hard drive and then send it back. Other times they'll just send it via email or a link that we'd go to.
Okay. So in this case of the lollytime@icloud.com that you wrote this affidavit for, what way did you get it? Was it the portal or the email?
I believe that one was through an email, yes.
So in one particular email, or is it come in multiple emails, or how does that work?
I don't know for certain on this particular case. It's come in one. It's another followed up email with a password to get into it, but I'm not 100% certain how this one came over.
Well, it came to you, is that correct?
Yeah, but that was 5+ years ago, so I don't exactly know how it came over.
Okay, so you could look that up and see how many emails you got that were all related to lollytime@icloud.com, right?
I suppose I could reach out to Apple to ask them that question, yes, but I don't have a specific recollection of how many.
Correct, but you have your own email account. You could look that up, right?
I don't know if those emails would have, I don't know if they've been erased after so many years, but I don't know if I'd have access to that right now.
Okay. So, just so I understand, the emails came that contained all of the information from Apple. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said the Cellbrite reader, will they send another report, which is a Cellbrite reader report. Is that correct?
No. So what happens is Apple sends it in a file. The best explanation is it's somewhat of a proprietary file that they send it to us in. And if I were to open that file, I would not be able to look at anything. So what has to happen is then we take that file and we send it to our computer crimes detectives, and they have access to the Cellbrite reader software. We ask them then to take that data that Apple gave us and put it into the Cellbrite reader, so then I can look at that and review that data.
And then how do you know that all the data ends up in that Cellbrite report?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. That would be up to the detective that actually downloaded that from the file from Apple into the Cellbrite.
So a detective could just basically pull the information they want and put it on a report from Cellbrite. Is that correct?
I suppose that could happen, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, but you have no way to verify if that's all the information or not, is what you just explained to me. Is that correct?
True.
So you have no access to, even though it was sent to you on an email, you have no access to open that at all.
Correct. I mean, I can open it, but I wouldn't be able to understand anything of it. It would just be a whole bunch of random characters and numbers until you put it into the Cellbrite reader.
So why do they send it to you if they could send it directly to the detectives that are going to extract it?
Because I'm the one that authored the search warrant, and so they send that data to the specific person that authored the search warrant.
And then you send it off to the person who's going to make the report.
Correct. I make a request to have it transferred into Cellbrite so I can read it.
And then who was the person that you sent that?
He's like super chill on the stand, not combative at all. There were a couple witnesses from last trial that were pretty spicy with Lori, in my opinion. I felt like the way they talked to her, it seemed like to me, they're just like, okay, you're kind of dumb. I'm trying to work with you, but you're kind of frustrating. This is kind of like annoying, but I'm doing my best. He just seems genuinely like super chill, and he's just like trying to explain to her in a very nice way.
That too, that actually made the report for you to look at.
I don't know if I have that person's name on top of my head. I want to say it was Detective Hunsaker, but I'm not sure if he did that one or another one.
And that was for the lolly time, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you have no way of knowing what you're receiving in that report, if that's the full entire iCloud account or
I would
not.
have no reason to believe it isn't.
So is she saying that there's some messages that are missing?
But you have no way to verify it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So from what you get, you can only take out from what, you can only review what you receive from this other detective. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as far as not having a phone and having this AT&T record,
Correct.
you get the AT&T record, you put a search warrant for that, is that
Yes.
correct? So you just give them the phone number and, and you find out whatever Verizon or AT&T
She's just like basically just asking like the step-by-step process.
or whatever.
So we have abilities, we have programs, we can put a number in and see which service provider holds that number.
Okay.
Then we can write the search warrant to that particular service provider. In this case, you would ask for a date range, and you'd ask for certain things such as cell tower locations, SMS data, which is text messaging, phone calls, incoming, outgoing. So there's a laundry list of things you can ask for, and those are called call detail records. That also will include subscriber records as to who owns the phone.
Okay. And what call detail records did you specifically request on your search warrant for this phone number 515-402-4143?
I'd have to refer to the search warrant to know that.
What were you looking for?
Specifically, any kind of calls during this time frame, tried to identify who this particular person is that you were communicating with. And
I wonder how many calls and text messages were going on between Lori, Alex, maybe Melanie, maybe Chad as well.
location data, and like I said, to identify this person.
And how can you verify that all of the information that comes from AT&T is all the information from the phone?
Well, I put trust in AT&T that that's what they would send me.
But if you don't have the phone, how do you verify that information is accurate?
Once again, I base my trust on AT&T that they're sending everything for that particular number
Well, how do you know AT&T didn't try to tamper with my shit?
that I'm requesting.
So if messages are deleted, text messages are deleted, you would have no way of knowing that if they didn't send you the deleted text messages?
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And if things were out of order, you wouldn't have any way of knowing text messages that were out of order as well, would you?
What do you mean by out of order?
Like, when things go up into the cloud and they're designated a number, a text message that you delete goes up into the cloud and they're designated a number. And when you download that iCloud account, those deleted messages get filled in these different numbers, and then you end up with a report that has text messages in the wrong place at the wrong time. They fill in when you download iCloud.
Yeah.
So I wondered if that was similar to the AT&T report that you're receiving. You would have no way of knowing if some of these were taken out of context.
That would be a question more for somebody who handles that type of information. I wouldn't have any information on that.
Okay. So like a cell phone expert.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't qualify yourself as a cell phone expert?
No.
No.
Just a person who asked for the search warrants.
Correct.
Yes.
So in your search warrant that you asked for on this 515 number, you said you can get text messages, call detail records, that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then did you say that the text messages don't come in, just the time and dates of the text messages?
Each carrier is different.
Okay.
There are some carriers that will retain text messages for a certain amount of time. If you do what's called a preservation for a particular number and preserve the information that's coming up with the anticipation of a search warrant at a later date, then that carrier will save those actually specific text messages. However, it's after the fact and they've already erased those, or they've outdone their period of holding those, then they won't be there. It's just the fact that a text message or an SMS or what's called an MMS, which is a video or a picture, that it was sent. But the actual content would not be there if it's outside of that period of retention.
Okay. And for AT&T, do you know what that time of retention is?
I don't.
Basically, okay. So you're relying basically on AT&T and whatever information they have currently available when you do the search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then that comes to you. So in this particular case, how did you receive that information from AT&T directly?
I believe that was via email as well.
Okay. And does that email come in its own report? It doesn't have to be put into Cellbrite, or it does?
That one will come in its own report. There's several. There's a spreadsheet. There's also a PDF file. There's a lot of different files that come with it and how to read it. But we can also take that data and put it into a Cellbrite reader to actually better review that particular data rather than just looking at it through a spreadsheet.
Okay. So did you send that spreadsheet to your same guy so that he could put it into a Cellbrite reader?
I don't remember if I did that or not, no.
Okay. Did you ever look at it on the Cellbrite reader, the report of this number 515-402-4143?
I did not on the Cellbrite reader, no.
So do you remember looking at it and the report that came to you in an email?
Do I remember looking at that report?
Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So you looked at it from the email that came to you directly.
Yes, and we have many ways that we can examine these data sets, if you would. We do use another program I refer to as Nighthawk, where I can just take those records that that particular provider gave me and dump it into the system, and it'll read it in a timeline format for me, and then it's kind of more, it's easier to read, if you would.
And how accurate do you think that organization is? It takes all of the data and organizes it, or can it pick and choose?
I've never had any issues with it.
Yeah, but do you compare it to the original once you see the report?
I will. I'll go back and look at the original to make sure it exists, yes.
Okay. And how long of a period of time do you think that you spent personally reviewing the lollytime at iCloud.com report from Cellbrite?
I would estimate hundreds of hours.
And how much time would you have spent reviewing this report from AT&T on this 515 number?
Not as much, because there wasn't that much information that came over with it.
And earlier you had testified that there were call detail records, so times and length of calls, is that correct?
For the AT&T?
Correct.
Yes.
But not just the calls, and then the text messages, there was also times, but not actual text messages?
Correct.
So you have no text messages from that entire phone extraction download?
From that particular extraction, I don't.
I mean, I guess what they could do is they can look at the cell phone and then see how much data is on there, right? And then when they download all the information to see how much was downloaded and then see if you're missing anything.
However, you can link those messages and times of when, say that 0143 number texted your lolly time, and your lolly time will retain that content of the message. If that makes sense. So you have the content of the message between you and that number in the lolly time account, but if you reflect that date and time, that'll also show that date and time in the AT&T records.
So did you compare that lolly time account with this 515 number?
Yes.
Side by side, so you could see what the text messages were saying?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What? First of all, I'm making cheeseburgers for dinner. Sounds fucking amazing. But then I just stuck a blueberry cheesecake wax piece in my melter. What is that? A blueberry cheesecake wax piece? What is that? That sounds heavenly. Is it edible? No? Is it candle wax? What is that? It sounds heavenly though. I'm thinking of like blueberry pie from that movie. Is it Heretic? I love that movie.
And then did you make a report about this yourself?
On which one?
Tell me everything that you did today and yesterday. What's your routine like? Just tell me everything that you've done.
Do you make a report regularly on, say, you spent hundreds of hours reviewing this, so did you make a report specifically on lolly time account?
I have a very lengthy report that I wrote, yes, regarding my interpretation of that data, yes.
And did you make a report on this other assessment that you made on the 515 number?
Correct.
And it's probably not as lengthy.
Well, it's all incorporated into one report.
Oh, it's all in one report?
Yes.
Are there other numbers that are on that report or other iCloud accounts?
Yes, there are.
How many?
I believe.
Doesn't that sound heavenly? Oh, I love blueberry pie. It's my favorite. What kind of coffee did you drink that day? Did you go to Dunkin' Donuts by any chance?
There might be
We love donuts.
2 additional iCloud accounts or 1 additional iCloud account.
And so your report would just incorporate all of those together. Is that correct?
Uh-huh. Yep.
And about when did you make that report? Do you remember it all?
I do not.
Okay.
If he told you, would that even help you, Lori? Would that help you at all? Her response seems like she didn't even care what the answer was.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Great. Wait, what is she wearing? That kind of looks like a scrub. The blue shirt kind of looks like a scrub of some sort, or like the V-neck is off. Like a blue scrub top. All right.
So detective, when
Do you eat breakfast first before showering, or shower first and then eat breakfast? Which one first? Brushing your teeth first and then breakfast, or breakfast and then brushing your teeth?
you write a search warrant, you provide that to a judge, right?
Correct.
You have to
Do you put your pants on with one leg at a time or jump right in? Oh my God, jumping right in? That sounds heathenly. I heard it's National Is it? No way. Is it? Is it? It is National Donut Day. What? Should we get some donuts? I want some donuts. I just want to say this, guys. Donuts that are like the cakey donuts are gross. I'm sorry. So nasty. Too dense. Too heavy. Too thick. I like the fluffy donuts. Like, fluffy air. Cloud-like. I'm getting hungry. Let me shut up.
provide a probable cause statement.
The belt be messing with her fit. Yeah, a little bit. It makes her look a lot more, I guess, like thicker, I guess.
Yes.
And basically, the court then orders someone like AT&T or Apple to provide the data you're requesting based upon that probable cause.
Correct.
And then, depending on the size of the data being stored by the agency, you receive it in different ways.
Correct.
For something like AT&T, a phone record,
Wait, June 1st was National Say Something Nice Day. Also, National Go Barefoot Day. No, thank you. June 2nd, National Rotisserie Chicken Day. National Bubba Day. Oh, June 2nd, National Leave the Office Early Day. Did anyone celebrate that? Oh gosh. Oh, June 4th, my favorite. National Hug Your Cat Day. National Clean Beauty Day. For some reason, I read it as National Clean Your Butt Day, but I think I'm just tripping out. It's my contacts, y'all. It's my contacts. Okay, what else do we have? We have June 6th, National Eyewear Day. Boring. National Donut Day. National Applesauce Cake Day. National Drive-In Movie Day. National Gardening Exercise Day. I like that one. National Yo-Yo Day. I thought it was one national blank per day. I didn't know you could have so many national stuff a day. Jesus. Oh gosh. Wait, June 7th is National VCR Day. Yay. Who still owns a VCR in the chat? Let me know. Let me know if you do.
does AT&T keep things like when calls are made and when calls are received in the normal course of their business?
Yes, they do.
Is that why you're able to write a search warrant to obtain those records?
Yes, it is.
Do we need all these days? No. National Name Your Poison Day. Oh, this is alcohol. I was like, wait, it's like a national what day? Who are we poisoning? Corey Richards, hello?
So this is just something that all cell phone companies do?
Yes.
And do they all keep things like cell tower data? What cell towers you're using when you're making those phone calls?
Yes, they do.
And when people...
Wait a second. Who in the chat here wanted an egg roll? Because June 10th is National fucking Egg Roll Day, okay? Panda Express better be giving out free egg rolls on June 10th. Or we're going to have a riot.
People send or receive text messages or MMS messages?
Correct.
So you're basically, you know what these cell phone companies do, and then you write a search warrant for it?
Correct.
There's even a National Golf Cart Day. Are you kidding me?
You were asked about right.
Clerk, and she'll swear you in.
Yo, what the hell happened? It wasn't me.
Have to be able to see.
I don't know what happened.
Basically, it's like a translation of the data and not review anything and just, it is.
As well as other law
It wasn't me.
enforcement and other agencies.
Yes.
When you are talking about forensic detectives using Cellbrite for these iCloud or Apple Clouds or other digital media, is this something that forensic detectives do hundreds of times, thousands of times a year?
Yes, it is.
Do those
June 4th is National Corky Day? Wait, I didn't see it. Oh, I must have scrolled over it. I wanted to see what today was.
forensic detectives know anything about the case?
I prefer they don't know anything about it, and that they just simply make the, basically it's like a translation of the data and not review anything, and just take it from the format that it is given to me to Excel right so I can review it.
Do they do any type of analysis of that data?
No, they do not.
So they would have no way to know what might be relevant or not relevant to allegedly, I guess, secret
There's a National Take Your Dog to Work Day. Rip allergies.
away some things and not provide that to you?
Correct.
So they just get this data, they use a very standard software and put it into a format that allows you more ease to read it?
Correct. I will also give them a copy of the search warrant. There's nothing about the report in there, or the case being investigated, but what it'll have is things that the judge allowed pursuant to that search warrant. So say if the judge did not allow, or it didn't include information about a calendar, then I shouldn't get that information. And so the detective that does that will then review that and carve out or exclude items that I should not have to be able to see.
So in this case, what we've talked about so far are two different iCloud accounts, the Lori for Style at iCloud account,
Yes,
and then the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
correct,
And you spent hundreds of hours, you said, on at least one of them?
correct.
How much time did you spend on the other one?
Probably hundreds of hours.
So would it be fair to say there was a really lot of data that was sent to you by Apple for each of the search warrants?
Yes, there was.
Thousands and thousands of pages?
Correct.
And you went through all of that to locate information that was relevant?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm so hungry.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from any member of the jury?
We need a cat office day. Oh, super rip allergies. There probably is. I wouldn't be surprised. You've been watching the Last of Us series, episode 3 so far of season 1 or season 2? Have fun.
All right, I don't see any. You can step downstairs.
Okay, so I'm gonna pop out early today, but let me read the tweets for the next 30 minutes. They're actually gonna be ending in like 20 minutes, but I'm a pop out. All right, what do we have here? Celebrate reports, details, Duncan. Okay. Duncan. Next witness is Tim Olzak, a retired state trooper from the Department of Public Safety. He currently works as a forensic analyst for the Secret Service. Oh, fun. Again, we're reading Nate Eaton's tweet. He is live in the courtroom right now, and I hope his butt is okay because sitting there for that long probably sucks. In November 2019, Olzak worked in digital forensics for the Department of Public Safety. Trina asked what an infotainment system is a central system in vehicles between the driver and the passenger seat. It has a display for navigation, there's applications, and you can also connect your phone to it. Trina asked if the Gilbert police reached out to him in November 2019 about removing an infotainment system from a Jeep Wrangler. They did. Trina asked if the better the car, the better the infotainment system. He says, yeah, most likely. Olzak went with Pillar to Rexburg in November 2019 to look at the Jeep in Rexburg. When he got into the vehicle, he needed to call the infotainment system company to see how to get access to the system. They said it was a lower-end model and it might not be possible. Oof. Olzak removed the infotainment system apart carefully. Trina asked if it's basically like a hard drive. He says, it's similar. He took the system back to Arizona, and when he got back, he was not able to access any user data from the Jeep. January 2nd, 2020. Olzak was asked to remove the infotainment system from Alex's truck. Isn't it crazy that 2020 was 5 years ago? 5 fucking years ago. Isn't that wild? Like 2020 wasn't even that long ago. Olzak was able to get phone data and other information from the Ford pickup truck. So again, Alex Cox also owned he owned a Ford F-150. Olzak was not able to locate any data from October 2019. Olzak, however, was able to determine 2 phone numbers had connected to the infotainment system. There were call logs from November and December 2019. Yeah, see, I was wondering if there were phone calls. So let's say if he was driving Tylee's Jeep, right? What if it showed that Alex Cox's phone connected to it? And then if there's call logs, well, who did Alex call during that time frame when Brandon Boudreaux was shot at, leading up to it and then afterwards? Because he would have had like 11-hour drive back from, if he drove straight, by the way, back from Arizona and all the way to Rexburg, Idaho. There were call logs from November and December 2019. Calls were made to Lori, an Idaho number, and another Arizona number. The Ford contained GPS coordinates from December 2019. There were no GPS coordinates from October 2019. Trina has no further questions. Lori has no questions. Yay. Jury has no questions. The witness is excused. Next witness, we got Gilbert Detective Ryan Pillar, aka Ryan Pillar. He's worked for the department since 2007. Pillar shares his background and how he was trained on processing crime scenes. Trina asks about October 2nd, 2019. He was called to the home on Pearl Street. He remembers he was in a meeting with a violent crime unit when a sergeant came in. Sergeant came in and said there was an active shooting investigation. Pillar and the other detectives, they went to the scene. Pillar arrived and parked near the address. There was crime scene tape that was set up and there was cones in the road. Pillar and 3 other detectives were the first on the scene. Pillar went and looked at the Tesla. The front driver's side was open alongside the back side door. Glass was on the driveway and in the landscaping. Trina displays the photo of the Tesla on the screen. Pillar has seen vehicles that has been shot. Trina shows a close-up of the bullet hole on the Tesla. Pillar says the bullet hole was consistent with other bullet holes he has seen in other vehicles. And he's not the only person that testified about that. There was another law enforcement person that testified about that as well. That was like, yeah, I've seen cars being shot at and it looks just like this. The cleanliness of the air is indicative of a fast-moving projectile, Pillar says. Pillar noted small shards of glass along the edge of the door and some inside the car. Trina shows a picture of the orange cones in the street. There were location markers showing where glass had been found in the road. Pillar's role in the scene was to be the lead detective. He was to interview the victims and oversee the entire investigation. Detective McDermott would assist with operating the crime scene management. 2 other detectives were assigned to assist him with investigating the scene and collecting physical evidence. Pillar had been told that Officer Rob did a brief interview of Brandon. That's normal. As a case agent, he did a more thorough interview with Brandon. I think we should have a little bit more. Trina asked if he was wearing a body camera. He did not. They weren't used as much as they are now. He did use a digital recorder to record the interview. Thank God for body cam footage. When he arrived, 3 men were sitting on the north side of the street. It was a warm day. He didn't know who was who and walked over to introduce himself. So in Arizona, at this point, it was October. So a lot more cooler than the temperature back in July in Arizona, where, what was it, like 100 plus degrees? Brandon identified himself, and Pillar asked his friends if they were there during the shooting. They were not. Brandon agreed to speak with Pillar privately. They went into the police car, and his friends waited inside. Oh, that's right. They don't have the body cam thing, and they have a recording. So maybe we'll listen to the digital recorder. Boo, no video, though. Oh, really? Nate said the benches are padded, so it's not that bad. Is there backing to it, though? Because I feel like you need the back support. Did you hear about the wife who took his wife? Wait, what? The guy who took his wife to work on Take Your Dog to Work Day? I wonder if he invited the wife to come visit the office and she didn't know what day it was. Another streamer I watched does funny body cameras, and that's what Friday nights. So excited. Who is it? Bose? Oh no, but I think she streams on Mondays only, though. Pillar asked Brandon for his identification information. He spoke with him about who he thought might want to kill him. He provided the names of Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. Brandon told Pillar about an incident that occurred in July 2019. Oh man, I wonder if the jury's like, what happened in July 2019? Brandon told Pillar where the Jeep was parked, what state the license plate was from, what happened before the shooting, etc. Nothing was different from what Pillar had been told during the briefing. Pillar spoke with Brandon about the cameras on the Tesla. This is a 2016 Tesla Model X. Pillar tried to recover video from the Tesla, but it could not be obtained because there was not a storage device installed within. Tesla was contacted directly and the video was not saved. Trina asked if they expected to find a shell casing. He says they did not, as Brandon told him a weapon was fired out of the back window of the Jeep and the casing likely fell out into the vehicle, not on the scene. Brandon told Pillar he believed it was a rifle and a suppressor, so a silencer was on the end of the gun. Brandon only saw the barrel of the rifle. An extensive period of time was focused on the bullet hole. Pillar noticed the molding had been damaged as a result of the projectile. Pillar also saw the glass panel on the driveway that had fallen out from the window. I heard second season sucks. Okay, so season 2 is just rough because I hate like the teenage angst thing. Like I know I get it, we have to give her like a little mini redemption arc from like her teenage shit, and it's like all the blood. It's like fucking annoying. And then obviously Joel carries the fucking show. But towards the end, it was getting a little bit interesting in my opinion. But yeah, I would say like the beginning was okay. Like the first episode was fine, and then like episode 2. And then the middle was just like, oh my fucking God, could we just hurry the fuck up? And then towards the end, I thought it was getting kind of interesting. But is it as good as season 1? No. We need Daddy Joel. Okay, we need Daddy Joel. I started watching Walking Dead, the one where they're in the city with Negan. So Negan is my replacement for Daddy Joel for the time being. All right, guys. Bad Blando. Oh, I haven't heard of them before. That sounds fun. We used to watch body cam stuff. The body cam stuff are so fucking unhinged, man. People are fucking crazy, wild. All right, y'all. So I am gonna pop out early today, but they should be wrapping up in about, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes anyway. So I will see you guys. I don't know, depending on what the schedule is next week. We're waiting to see if there's gonna be some blackout dates. I hope so, because I have some stuff that I need to do next week. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep on updating. Check out Nate Eaton on X, Twitter, whatever this dumb shit website's called. And he's there live. He's tweeting it if you guys want to check it out. But other than that, I will see you guys next weekend, I think. I might do like a short mini video on Donna Adelson. But other than that, yeah, I'll see you guys for stream next weekend. Or not next weekend, next week. I do appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys have a good, lovely weekend. Go outside, get some fresh air, you know, go hang out with yourself, with your loved ones, watch a movie or something, kick back, and just take a break from this shit. Good night. Yes, have a good weekend, y'all. I'm going to head out and go do some doggy stuff. Right, Shiro? Drew says hi. I know. We're going to take Shiro to the vet again on Sunday because, oh, I didn't tell you guys what happened. Oh my God, dude. I'll tell you guys next week. It's so funny. Shiro is driving me crazy sometimes, but I love him. See you, Sherry. Yeah, you guys have a good one. Take care. Thank you so much for watching this with me, and it's been great chatting with y'all. And I love hearing your guys' input. All right. Have a good one. Wait a second. Hold on. Donna was transferred. Hold on a second. I was just talking about Donna. I was like, we're going to cover Donna because I think Donna has some stuff happening right now. But no, there's like new updates. Hold on. What's going on with Donna? Donna was transferred today to Wakulla County. Why? Released. Wakulla County. Why? What does this mean? From what I can gather, so I'm reading Pretty Lies and Alibi's tweet right now. From what I can gather in Florida, a general release is being moved to another facility. I don't think Donna is out there on the streets. Hell no. Due to the current status, updates on the records are no longer available. If you have any questions, please contact the reporting agency. Someone tweeted earlier, was like, is Donna dead? And I was like, what the fuck? Are they just being hyperbolic maybe? Okay, well, let's see what's up with Donna. All right, guys. Have a good weekend. Take care. And if I find anything about Donna, I will let you guys know. We'll do like a short little video or something. All right, guys. Take care. I'll see you later. Bye. Yes, Shiro? I wonder what my baby is doing.